Welcome to day 2 and final day of Power of Africa Conference 2022. Hope you all have enjoyed our day 1 of the conference. Yesterday, we watched and listened to the amazing panelists from across various sectors, including healthcare, politics, education, technology, energy, media, arts and culture, and so much more. Today, we'll continue in the conference as we anticipate more exciting insights across all sessions. Once again, I am Loretta Richards from Sierra Leone and Nigeria, your host for the Power of Africa Conference 2022. Remember, Power of Africa Conference aims to connect lovers of the African continent, including Africans living in the continent, those in diaspora, and other ethnicities that have interest and love for Africa, to discuss and chart a course to a sustainable and developed Africa. Today's conference promises to be packed with additional mind-blowing moments, insights, inspiration, and entertainment. We'll appreciate if you will please share the link to this conference broadcast on your social media handles. Let's spread the fire of a new Africa. To kick off day 2, we are diving into our fireside chat session with Dr. Bruce Leilala from South Africa. Dr. Leilala is an amazing plastic and reconstructive surgeon and a member of the Society of Rhinoplasty Surgeons of South Africa. Amongst his many achievements, Dr. Bruce Leilala was appointed by the US-based NGO Operation Smile to be part of the internationally credentialed cleft surgeons for the organization in Africa. I think you will definitely not want to miss the session for anything. But before we begin the fireside session, let's enjoy a short DJ break from Nigeria. Let's go. Don't be so shy.
I hope you're having fun.
I think you fell in love too fast.
I still go by the name DJ Easy.
And I remember you refused to kiss.
About to take it to the next level.
You say you think I talk too much.
Everybody now.
Your type and you don't like the hype.
Let's go.
Daddy is a preacher. Now you're wearing my t-shirt. And I don't want this night to end before you know I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. Na muda usini hisia nikwambie I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. So I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet.
Yeah, you wanna do the right thing. You find it too exciting. Your friends tell you you got me really high risk. Throw that shit behind me. Come sit.
Honey go, yeah. She make her come your place. Hennessy good day. What about the babes? Babes from UK. Show my name in Lolly. Timba Fago Bay. Can I touch any kille? Kille to Nikebe. Ireland boys. We the carry boys. She didn't get money. My kind money. Oluwa loni ganja. Imi loni gunla. Bado loni vibe. Fella loni shrine. I just want flex. Me nobody holla for my head. And if I push your button, you go push my button. I go rock your body. See, I just want flex. Ain't nobody all over
my Valentine. Yeah, now you do make you a temperature rise. If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive, I'll be honest. My love is the thought of me, I am so obsessed. I want to chop your heart. Never did it back at this feel. Open up, make us feel. Yeah, my love one thing. Make a bad man sing.
Okay. What am I looking for? Say my God, it don't mess me up. They giving me you, giving you me. Opposite key from my chest, so opposite key from my chest, me. My baby, you know, say you got love for me. I do go. When I call your name, shakara for me. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie. Give me your heart, I no go run away. Show me your love, I no go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow away. Follow you, oh. Me and you. Okwamona, give my baby. Me and you. Okwamona, give my baby. Opposite give and la just so. Opposite give and me just me. My baby, you know say you got love for me. I do go. When I call your name, shakara for me. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie. No, man. I'm gonna be your. They know my story. From old dogs to do. I be hustle to walk. Say, do a leba, me and Siri. From old dogs to do. We been hustle to walk. Say, do a leba, my people dead. My people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. Hey, do a leba, my people dead. Them they pray for blessing, for better living. Kilo dale, aye ole to ye o, aye oni double. Adura no le she o, call on daddy. Adura go, tishu anybody. I forward boja. I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me thanking God for life. Okay.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now kuona bali hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukipesa na kamini yeah. None of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Vande. loves you.
Susanna, every little thing you do to me, it's sweet to me for body. She your love me free for love. Okay. Yeah, boy, let's make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh Roma, no go downgrade. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for days. For days, I no trouser fit to contain. Get your body in a baggage. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting for lolo. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. But you, I might have to consider. Trips to LA taking photographs. She signed by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my casting over ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, number one, see they be. You they, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, Roma, no go downgrade. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for days. For days, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a baggage. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. DJ Easy. And everything I want, I'm more. I do your door and I no go come out. My medicine, my paracetamol. Baby, on God, I no go jadi sitamo. Kilo one so, see my antenna, get it done scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get it done red. Jig, only if you do me da. And I no go fit deny ya. Kilo one so, see my antenna, get it done scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get it done red.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the double. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want the happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night.
F-I-N-E-S-S-C, if you be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I be down with just somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming off the right wing, I got to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. You know, say me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, say me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful,
let's do it the fella way, everybody. Africa.
recharge my energy. I no get time for no enemy. To reach to me. Nothing with person never see. I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say fashi. Money soon expected. Take a whip at the edge and I take her to the person.
One time.
I'm in the answer, yes sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though I know say I'm special. Anybody, we no want to search it. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to fele, I can't something. Job where you never walk, should not because myself I never talk. I look you, they laugh, you go. I shall no say the time will come, mama, I no say the time will come. When you go, you mix with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. You never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Taking it a break, and then me, I know they know.
Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip.
Jeff one on this one.
Many things bad man don't sacrifice.
Everybody now dance to the beat.
Ya no say you know fi satisfy.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Anything where you do, some I criticize. So me smile on the road to no finish line. Oh baba, oh yeah. Grace, now you start this work for me. Make you no give up on me. Now you carry me this far. Oh baba. Grace, now you start this work for me. Make you finish it for me. Now you carry me this far. Yeah, yeah. Me I'm pushing out harder. My energy over. Now me be the king louder. I give thanks for the great, great, great. Me I'm pushing out harder. My energy over. Now me be the king louder. I give thanks for the great, great, great. Yeah. In my birthday.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 Power of Africa Conference. My name is Lwati Lenkala, and I'm from a country called Botswana. I'm the co-founder in a telemedicine platform called Doctors eConsult. We are basically making it easier for chronic patients to access their health specialists from wherever they are in the country. So a lot of us have been hearing about plastic surgery. We've seen about it on TV, and we've seen a lot of women doing it, right? So we have today somebody who's famously known for saying reconstructive surgery is so much more than what we see on TV. We have Dr. Bruce Lelala with us.
Hi, Latile. Thank
Hi,
you for having
Dr.
me. My name is Dr. Bruce Lelala. I am based in South Africa, Johannesburg, and I did my training in Cape Town, UCT.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. You know, I've actually just been telling our viewers that something that you said really resonated with me. You said reconstructive surgery is so much more than what we see on TV. So I just want you to give the viewers a brief background. Who is Dr. Bruce Lelala?
Well, Dr. Bruce Lelala is a South African-born plastic surgeon. I was born in a small town in Matatiele, in the Eastern Cape, and I did my undergraduate training in KZN. And then afterwards, I did my internship, my community service around South Africa, and then I did my postgraduate studies at Cape Town UCT. So, yes, I'm currently one of the very few Black plastic surgeons in our country, and yes, that's who I am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. I honestly think you're downplaying it. You know, if you just go on the internet, search who Dr. Bruce is, he has done amazing things. He has done amazing things. I actually saw one of the works that you did where you separated twins. You were part of that group. And I think you're doing amazing things in South Africa, right? So tell us, what inspired you to actually go into this path of plastic and reconstructive surgery?
Well, I think my journey started after I got exposed from the work that was done by in our country by a foundation called Smile Foundation, where plastic surgeons go around the country, on missions, fixing babies who are born with congenital malformation, especially cleft lips and palates. So at the time, this was around 2010. At the time, I used to work for a private company, and it so happened that the company used to be one of the sponsors for the Smile missions. So I was one of the representatives for the company in that particular mission. So after I saw what plastic surgeons can do for babies who are born with congenital malformations, my life changed. My life changed that week, and I never looked back. So I came back and I told my boss, I think I've found my calling. And this is what I want to do. So a few months down the line, I resigned and I started my journey in plastics. I applied for a medical officer post in Johannesburg, and then a year later, I got a post in Cape Town under general surgery, and then 2.5 years later, I got accepted into plastics. And when I did my research at the time, I noted that probably out of 110 plastic surgeons that were qualified in our country, only a handful were Black African plastic surgeons. And, I told myself that this cannot be, with our country and our continent that has predominantly Black African people, we cannot have only a handful of plastic surgeons that are servicing our population. So from then, I raised my hand and I said, you know what, I need to be part of the change, and I need to be a plastic surgeon and contribute towards changing the lives of our people. So that's where I got my inspiration to become a plastic surgeon.
Right, that's so inspiring, right? Because a lot of us, I think the perspective the perception we have about plastic surgery is it's more of what we see on TV, like something you once said. It's more of what we see on TV where people do it for beauty purposes, right? So now you're here telling us that it's changing the game for these kids, it's changing the game for so many people, right? And I think that's so inspirational. And something that I picked out that stood out for me is you said you are one of the few, or the second Black South African to actually have this certification or this career path, right? So I just wanted to find out, how does that feel? How does that feel? You were the second South African to qualify as a plastic and reconstructive surgeon at the University of Cape Town. How does that feel?
Well, it's mixed emotions. on one hand, it's an emotion of a great achievement that I managed to do, and it's one of the best things that I've done for my career. And then on the other hand, I must say it was not an easy journey. It was a long journey full of challenges and many challenges, if I may add. And it saddens me that, in 2020, we still, 2022, we still have only 2 Black plastic surgeons who've qualified out of Cape Town, out of UCT. It shouldn't be that way. But I think also it reflects back historically, where this specialty was predominantly viewed as a specialty for the elite, and there was no exposure to for example, for me, I only got exposure through that mission into plastics. As an undergraduate, I never had that exposure, and it's this till today. It's still the same story throughout the African continent. As undergraduate or as people who are aspiring to become plastic surgeons, we don't have exposure to it, except what you see on TV, where it's all about, the glamour and the beauty, and plastics, it's not about that. Probably the cosmetic part is only probably 10 or 15% of what plastic surgeons do. Most of our work is reconstructive surgery. We deal with patients who've had major cancers. We deal with patients who've had major traumas, burns, who are born with congenital malformations, who have defects from severe trauma or cancer, dissections. So the specialty is a huge specialty, but like I had said, that historically it has been viewed as a specialty of, for the elite, and I was told through my journey that I will never get into UCT, but I persevered. I told myself that I want to train in the best institution, and I want to be, one of the best plastic surgeons that UCT has ever produced, and I achieved that. So to answer your question, yes, it is a great feeling of achievement, and also hopefully I will be an inspiration to the young ones that this can be done. It can be done.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. That's really, really inspiring. I mean, only 2 plastic surgeons, that's, and I'm just picking my brain, and I'm wondering, could it have an effect, the fact that maybe there's not much of a market for plastic surgery in Africa, or is it more like what you're saying, the fact that during the upbringing we're told that it's more of the elite, it's for the elite, or could this be predominantly joined to the fact that as Africans, we don't really believe in this. There's not much of a market for it, or maybe there's not much of competitive salaries from a doctor perspective. Could some of these factors actually hinder people from going into this field?
Well, that is the perception, that there might be not enough work for plastic surgeons, but that is a wrong perception. The work is enormous, and there is work for everyone. So I think we need to change that perception, and also change what is portrayed on TV, that plastics is only about cosmetics. No, we play a major role into many disciplines within medicine. I mean, we work with neurosurgeons, ophthalmologists, ENT surgeons. Every specialty needs a plastic surgeon for reconstruction. So we work with numerous disciplines, orthopedic surgeons for patients who've had major trauma, for lower limb reconstructions, a breast surgeon for breast cancer reconstruction. So the work it's enormous. It's actually overwhelming, and we do need more specialists in our field. So that is, yes, to answer you, that is a wrong perception, and I think we need to change that.
Okay, yes, that absolutely makes sense. I kind of get it. And then another question that I would probably have is on the salary aspect. A lot of us, when we go into a career path, we are trying to look for something that would bring returns, right? So comparing Africa to perhaps the United States or those countries that side, would you say that the salaries are as competitive as that side?
Well, yes. Yes, definitely. Well, the salaries are definitely different. I mean, the first world countries, they earn much more than we do. Um, but what I want to say regarding that, for me, it's not about, it's not about the money. It's about what we can do to change our African continent. It's what about we can offer our people in the African continent. Yes, you can pack your bags and go to the first world country and earn as much money as you can. But where is the job satisfaction? For me, Africa is my home. That's where my heart is, and that's where I can see where the change is needed. And for me, I think fulfillment from what you do, and the change that you can see, the impact that you can have towards your communities and your people, I think for me that is more fulfilling than money. So, and also in terms of resources and equipments and facilities, yes, the first world, they are far advanced than we are. But don't forget that Africa produces the best doctors in the world, one of the best doctors in the world, and hence that is why we are pushed by every other country in the continent, because Africa produces the best doctors in the world. So for me, there is a lot of talent in our continent, and it saddens me to see how the continent is losing these talented people because of funding, and also because of lack of appreciation. I think we are not appreciated at times by our government, or our work is not viewed as important, and sadly people tend to leave because you're not remunerated appropriately, or the working conditions are not conducive, and then people end up going to the first world.
You speak so passionately about reconstructive surgery. It's so heartwarming. So just want to know, how long have you been in this industry? How long have you been doing reconstructive surgeries for?
Well, like I said, my journey started in 2013 in the field of plastics, and then I had to go through general surgery. I had to apply for, be on a waiting list and apply for a post to be available. And then finally in 2015, I got accepted by Cape Town. And then in 2019, I qualified as a plastic surgeon in the country. And then recently I've completed a fellowship in microsurgery and breast oncoplastic surgery in the United Kingdom. And as we speak, I'm the only Black African plastic surgeon with this type of fellowship in our country.
Wow. That's so beautiful, Dr. Lilala. As you're speaking, I'm prompted to ask you about some of your success stories, so that people actually understand that plastic surgery is not just about the beauty aspect, right? So I'll just ask you to just maybe narrate to us a few of your success stories that you felt were so close to your heart as you did them.
Well, there are so many to count, but I will just highlight a few. I'm part of the organization Operation Smile. I'm one of the few credentialed cleft surgeons for the organization from Africa, and I tend to go to many parts of Africa, helping out patients who are born with congenital malformations. And I remember this other time I was in Kwailamani, north of Mozambique, and I operated this patient who was in her late 50s, and she's lived her whole life being isolated from the community because it was viewed as a curse. She had a cleft lip and a palate. And for her, her whole life, she was being isolated. And then we finally did her operation in her late 50s. And then the following week, when she came for her follow-up review, she brought me a basket of fruits, and then she said, I have nothing, but this is all I have to say thank you for really changing my life. And that really touched me, that for us, we take it for granted that it's a skill that I've trained to do, but the impact that you have on someone's life, it's really enormous. And also like you mentioned, the twin separation that we did in Cape Town. It was one of the first operations of that kind that we did in Cape Town, and it was a great honor to be part of that. And also, patients who have so many stories of patients who've had breast cancer and have battled with this condition, and then at the end of it, I'm able to create them a normal looking breast, which goes a long way for a female, for their psychological well-being, and also for their holistic well-being, to have a normal looking breast after you've gone through that whole ordeal of breast cancer. And then also breast reduction. Breast reduction is being viewed as a cosmetic operation, and we've been constantly battling to fight medical aids and also, try and change the perception of not only the medical aids, but of everyone involved, that this is really a functional operation. Before I left for the UK, I offered, I do pro bono work that I started after I qualified. So I assist women with macromaster with very big breasts who cannot function and who cannot afford to be operated in the private sector and also in the public sector, because as you know, there's criteria that they have stipulated in our public sector that in order for you to have a breast reduction, you must have a specific criteria. And one of those is a BMI. So this lady is a domestic worker. Her BMI was high, and of course, socioeconomically, she couldn't afford to go to a gym or to go on expensive diets in order for her to lose weight. So she was battling for many years, and she was being rejected by the public sector. So this patient, there was no way that she can afford her operation as a domestic worker in the private sector. So I offered to do her operation on a pro bono based, and I took about 7 to 8 kgs of breast tissue, and that changed her life. She has been constantly suffering from back pain, from migraines, from, she was unable to do, execute her work as a domestic worker. And after I did the operation, her life changed, and till today, she's forever grateful. She always sends me messages thanking me, and these are just few. One of the few success stories that I've had in my career. So, yeah.
Wow. Dr. Bruce, I'm just finding myself so mesmerized. This is really a calling for you, I think I'm actually getting schooled, I must admit. When I first heard about reconstructive surgery, I really did think it was what we see on TV. It was about the beauty, the amplifying our beauty. That's what I really thought. But now you're here, you're telling us all these beautiful stories about how reconstructive surgery is really, really having an impact on all these people. Wow, this is so, so beautiful, right? And I think throughout your journey, you've come across challenges. So what have been the challenges, and how did you try to overcome them?
Well, I think, I come from a very humble background. My parents were both are both teachers with not much in terms of finances, and I grew up in a dusty rural place in the Eastern Cape with no formal supervision or guidance in terms of medicine. So throughout my life, I had to, I didn't have a formal mentor who can guide me towards what I really wanted to become. So that was a challenge on its own. And also financially, going through medical school, it's a very expensive, exercise. And so financially, it was very challenging for my parents. But fortunately, I had very determined parents and could see, my vision. They understood where I wanted to be in life, and I managed to to overcome that financial obstacle because of the family support. And also because of how well I did in school, I ended up getting, funding through bursaries and so forth. So my hard work also contributed towards, my success in terms of overcoming the financial challenges. And then also just the challenge in terms of getting into plastics, and also while I was in plastics, the challenges that I experienced through certain rotations because of my skin color. And then also I mean, even now I'm still experiencing challenges because of my color, because I was previously viewed as a white dominated specialty. So till to date, I mean, currently I am trying to get into one of the private hospitals in Johannesburg, and I am being blocked because of my skin color to get in. So it is still a forever not ending challenges because of being an African black in the African continent. So despite despite getting offers from all over the world, I mean, I've had offers from the United Kingdom, from Ireland, from the UAE, New Zealand, but I've opted not to take any of those offers because, like I said, my home is Africa, and I want to see the change and be part of that change in our African continent. So yes, the challenges are there. It's for me, it's all about the bigger picture and what I want to achieve at the end, and I'm not going to be deterred by any of those challenges.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. And I love the fact that you said you're envisioning a new Africa, or the reason why you're staying here is primarily for African purpose, right? So maybe just give us a little delve into what does the new Africa look like to you? Perhaps it could be in the reconstructive area or just medicine in general. You are a doctor, so just shed light onto us. What do you think, or what do you envision as the new Africa?
What I envision as a new Africa, it's a united Africa where we work together as Africans, where there's no racial segregation or ethnic segregation, and where healthcare can be accessible to those who are marginalized, and where everyone can have access to the best healthcare systems that we can have in Africa. Africa has a lot of potential, and I envisioned an Africa where our leaders can change their perception about the Western world having the best medical healthcare, where you found that our leaders, they will opt to go abroad to seek medical help instead of our own continent. And I wish that they can see the talent that Africa has and the potential, and they can change their perception and invest into their own, continent. And I wish that one day we can have centers of excellence across the continent where we can share our expertise, where we can freely train the young ones who aspire to be specialists, and to have centers of excellence where our African people can be proud of, and where we will compete, hand in hand with the first world. So that's the Africa I want to see. That's the Africa that I would love to be part of, because the talent is here. We produce the best doctors. It's just that we need to support them, and then we need to, to give them resources and also open up opportunities. And I wish that as Africans we can unite and support each other. If we can do that, I think as Africans, I think we can achieve a lot. a whole lot. If you can change that perception that the Western world or, you know, the non-black are better and can support your own, I think we can go very far as a country, very, very far as a continent. So that is the Africa that I dream of.
Thank you, Dr. Bruce. I've had conversations with a lot of people speaking about the new Africa. A lot of people it's come about in a lot of conversation, collaboration. We need to have more collaboration on the continent. A lot of people have a lot to say about Africa. Africa has all the talent, like you're saying. African talent is what's going to the abroad countries, right? We have this whole system in Africa where we could do everything for ourselves, but we're just failing, And I always ask this question, where do you think we're going wrong? What's Africa really doing so wrong? We have all this readily available to us, but we choose not to go forward, or we choose not to be the leader. We choose to always wait for this Western country to do things, and then we follow. Why do you think that is, though?
I think that it starts with our leadership. It starts all the way from the top. If we can, if we can have better leaders who can believe in our African continent and invest in our continent, then I think we can go far as a continent. So I think it starts with our leaders. If our leaders can believe into the African dream and in supporting the African child, and not opt to go to or think that the Western world is better, then I think Africa will be able to stand up and nurture their own talent. So and also it goes back to the individuals also, that we need to support each other as Africans. And also I think if there can be collaborations between the public and the private sector, that will go a long way. That is what I saw happening in the United Kingdom, that, because of the pandemic, there's there's a huge backlog in terms of operations, in terms of theaters. So the private and the public sectors, they've collaborated, and they're working hand in hand to fight the backlog. So if Africa can also adopt this concept as well, and not have such an expensive private healthcare, and make it more affordable to an average person, and also have collaborations between the private and the public sector, then I think we can go a long way in improving the lives of our African people.
Dr. Bruce?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I lost you there for a moment. So I stopped at it just started to buffer. Can you come again?
Yes, I'm still here.
I didn't get the last question. The internet just started to buffer.
Okay. You were asking me what I would, in terms of collaborations.
Yes.
Yes. So to sum it up, I said that I think it starts with our leadership. If they can change their perceptions and support the continent, and support the healthcare workers in Africa, and assist in building better hospitals and giving us better resources, and also if there can be collaborations between the private and the private and the public healthcare system, then we can work hand in hand in dealing with the backlogs that the continent is facing, especially after this pandemic. And also that will also help to share the expertise, between the academic institutions and the private healthcare sector. And also if Africans, can support each other, then that will go a long way as well in supporting your own.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce, for that. Yes, I completely agree. Collaboration is really always the way, especially with the private and the public, right? So in Africa and in Botswana, this is what we're seeing. There's such a huge division between the private and the public sector, that the public sector is really, really taking a lot of strain when it comes to healthcare. Like you just said, they wait in long queues. There's really a whole lot of backlog when you look at the public sector, but then they don't want to collaborate with the private sector. It's really such a problem here in Botswana. I don't know if that's the situation in South Africa, but in Botswana, that's how it is. That they don't do much public-private partnerships, but it's really well needed. It's really, really needed.
Yes, definitely. It is a similar situation in our country, and I'm sure it's the same in many other parts of Africa. So, like I said, it is one of the key things that we need to have. Like I mentioned, that in the United Kingdom, that is what I saw, and that is one of the key strategies that they have in fighting the backlogs that they have, collaborations between the private and the public sector, and not only also for theater time and resources, but also for knowledge, for expertise to be, you can train more people by having exposure to the private sector. You can have, you'll have more facilities to train more specialists, for example, if there are such collaborations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. And I think another thing that I would ask is, you've been speaking so much, and I heard you speaking about the learning institutions, right? And I'm prompted to ask about the future generation or the youth. They're the ones who should really be inspired to go into such paths like reconstructive surgery and all these different paths. Do you think enough is being done actually to just sensitize the youth about the benefits of some of these career paths?
I don't think enough has been done. I think we still have a long way to go, especially in our field. The exposure is not there. Like I said, as an undergraduate student, you are never exposed to plastics, and I think this is important, that we need to educate the undergraduate students that there is a field of plastic and reconstructive surgery, which is an amazing field in the discipline of medicine. It's a very fulfilling field. We do so much. Like I had explained earlier on, there is a whole lot more into reconstructive surgery, and I would easily say it's probably one of the best jobs in the world. So yes, we do need to do more in educating our youth about our field.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. Sitting here with you, I think I've learned so much about reconstructive surgery. I think I have key takeaways that I can actually just tell somebody, reconstructive surgery is so much more than I thought. I won't mention names, but, we see it on TV. The Americans, they do these breast implants, but for them, it's more of a beauty enhancer. It's not really what you're doing, where it's more of a changing thing, like what you mentioned when you guys separated the twins. All this is something, it's a dimension that I've never seen of reconstructive surgery for sure. I know I've never heard of this side of the story. So it's so exciting to actually sit down with you and get to hear this side of the story, right? So I don't know if you have any final words that you'd like to share with the audience, anything at all.
Well, my final words will be that let us unite as Africans. We have a beautiful continent. We have a continent with huge opportunities. We have a continent with a massive, opportunity for improvement. There is a huge potential in our continent. We just need to unite, support each other, and stop going, packing our bags and moving to the first world, because things are not greener on the other side. We have the best continent. We have the most friendliest people in Africa. We have the best food. We have the best weather, of which you won't find on the other side. So let us stay in our continent. Let us, support each other in different disciplines that we are in, so that we can each excel and pass, the knowledge and the talents to the younger generations, and continue with the spirit of Ubuntu. Like Mandela said, we need to continue supporting each other and continue with the spirit of Ubuntu. I mean, I am who I am because of others. So I think if if we can support each other, we can make this beautiful continent flourish. So those are my final words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce. I think I'm really, really inspired because, like you said, you're from humble beginnings. Nothing was handed to you on a silver platter. You really worked for all of this. I think it gives us courage. It gives us hope as Black people. It gives us hope to say, you know what? If you work really hard, anything is attainable. I mean, look, you're the second plastic surgeon. Like, it's really, really inspiring. And I think I'm really, really inspired looking at your journey. This couldn't have been easy at all. And from what you've said, it was a really, really challenging journey, but it's the satisfaction that you get from each and every single patient, and the way you speak about your patients, you have this emotional connection to your patients, and it's just more than about the money for you. And I really love that. Especially when you're in a field like medicine. I'm absolutely thrilled to have had this conversation with you. I think it will be great and it will be enlightening to the viewers who tuned in. Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce.
Thank you, Dr. Leah. Thank you for having me.
If you're just joining us for Power of Africa Conference, we want to say a big welcome to everyone. We have a full day packed with panels covering various sectors in Africa. We've just listened to our first fireside chat of the day with Dr. Bruce Lilala. Dr. Bruce definitely is a doctor with a heart for the people of Africa. His impact on life-transforming surgical operation is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Dr. Bruce Lilala, for giving hope and confidence to African women who have undergone mastectomy as a result of breast cancer. Drop us a comment on your thoughts about Dr. Bruce's excellent work. We're continuing the event with our first panel of the day. After such a heartfelt fireside chat with Dr. Bruce Lilala, it is only right to introduce health as our first panel session for the conference, titled Re-Engineering Preventive Medicine into the Healthcare System for a New Africa. Healthcare in sub-Saharan Africa is sadly the worst in the world. Let's hear from our professional panelists as we can introduce preventive medicine into the healthcare system to improve patients' well-being in Africa.
Don't be so shy.
Everybody, and welcome to the Power of Africa Conference 2022. We are speaking about re-engineering preventative medicine into the healthcare system for a new Africa. But before I go any further, let me introduce myself. My name is Lwati Lenkala. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at a company called Dr. Z Consult, based here in Botswana. We are a telemedicine platform bringing together doctors, pharmacies, pathology services, and the healthcare sector at large. Before I go any further, let me introduce you to our esteemed panelists who will be joining us as we dissect this topic, preventative medicine in the healthcare system for a new Africa. On the panel, we have Dr. Agba Ashu.
Hi, hello, Atile. Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. My name is Dr. Agbo Ashu. I'm from Cameroon. I am the co-founder and medical director of HealthLink. And at HealthLink, we have as mission to help people understand, track, and also improve their health and using digital technologies as a tool. So we simply do that using by doing comprehensive health checks and also offering personalized care plans for different individuals.
Thank you, Dr. Agba. Thank you so much. Next on the panel, we have Her Royal Highness, Princess Dr. Muradina Ugulana.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Dr. Muradina Ugulana from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm the founder and CEO of the African Women's Health Project International in Little Rock, Arkansas, with our international headquarters in Lagos, Nigeria. And I bring you greetings from over here.
It's a pleasure having you, Her Royal Highness. Lastly, we have Dr. Hashim.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Hashim Mpati, a medical doctor from Benin. I'm the co-founder of and CEO of Araya, which is a mass health literacy program in Francophone Africa. Very nice to be here with you all. Thank you very much.
Indeed, it's a pleasure having you, esteemed panelists here. I feel so privileged to be here. We are speaking about re-engineering preventative medicine into the healthcare system for a new Africa. I think this is a topic that's long overdue. This is something that a lot of people have been debating about, and it's a question that has been asked a lot of times. Most people think Africa is spending too much on curative care, and others are for the school of thought that preventative medicine is the way we should be going, right? So before we go any further, before we divulge this topic, I think, Dr. Agba, you can start for us. What is preventative medicine?
So I'd like to put it in a very, very simple way. In healthcare, there are 3 levels of medicine. You have the preventive medicine, you have secondary medicine, and you have tertiary. Preventive is more proactive, and the secondary and tertiary are much more reactive. And in preventive medicine, it's about using all of the resources that God has given us to be able to make our lives better. And this involves things around nutrition, around exercise, around sleep habits, even the air we breathe and the water that we drink. How well do we use these resources in order to be healthy or in order to live healthier lives? So preventive medicine is everything around these natural aspects that enable us to live healthier, and they are much more proactive than reactive. So it's very important to distinguish that. Most times when we talk about healthcare, we are usually talking about sick care. That is, we are actually waiting to be sick, and then we go to the hospital, the doctor prescribes us medicines, and then we take the medicines and come for control. When we talk about preventive medicine, it's about how do you avoid getting sick? And it's everything around, like I mentioned, nutrition, exercise, sleep, the use of supplements, and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agba. That was a very precise and elaborate definition. Indeed, preventive medicine is how do we avoid getting sick. And on that very same note, Dr. Hashim, I have a follow-up question that perhaps both you and Her Royal Highness can answer for me. Do you think that Africa is currently doing enough when we speak about investing or promoting preventative care?
Thank you very much. Maybe I will start. Is Africa doing enough? I'm not sure. building on definition provided by Dr. Agbor, we are more focused on treating diseases than actually preventing diseases. And one thing that may explain it is that sometimes when you invest a lot in prevention, the result is not tangible. You have no proof that the way you are, your healthiness right now is the result of the decisions that you have taken in terms of prevention. But when you are sick, you treat it, you get results, you are not sick anymore. But it is difficult to prove that prevention is working or is the cause of the result you have. So basically, as politicians, as health managers, they focus more on what they can prove as proof of their work than something that is not tangible that they can show as a result of their work.
I am so happy that we're talking about this, the preventive medicine, because we cannot talk about the preventive medicine without actually talking about the climate, the environment, how the environment plays into it. And when you look at a lot of communities in a lot of countries all across Africa, just name it, any country, especially when you look at sub-Saharan Africa, you look at it that, most of the countries actually, I call it that we're playing a shop. You know how you go like to Macy, you go to like a window shop, you go to the window shop, the window is dressed very beautifully, it looks beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, on the back end of it, everything is all scattered and nothing is all planned, like per se. So what I think needs to happen definitely is infrastructure development needs to happen all across Africa. We need to have leaders. We need to have, we have to take a concise effort, not only leaders, but even as NGOs, as companies, as corporations, that has a stake, in the land, in the different places over there that comes in there. They need to take a stake to make sure that infrastructure is built in. Because when you talk about, when Dr. Agbo was talking about preventive medicine, look at, when you don't have the right kind of road, people, they go out, they don't have the right type of road. By the time you go into all those potholes and all that stuff, your body aches and things like that. You walk on roads that's not paved. Somebody accidentally steps on nails. Those are things that don't need to happen. That that the type of sickness that don't need to happen. Or you have water that because of improper drainage, that the water it collects in a certain place, then before you know it, mosquitoes start festing over there, and then before you know it, like this, the mosquito comes on somebody like this, before you know it, they have malaria, the malaria turns into something else. So those are things that we're talking about here. Is because infrastructure, if we don't actually use, put together a strategic action plan to actually make sure that our infrastructure is put in place in order to make sure that our environment plays a part, making sure that those things are put solidly in place, we will still keep on having the same type of results, and we will not get to where we need to get to. And if we keep on, I always say that, we always putting a bandage on a sore instead of putting antibiotic, instead of actually, treating the real problem itself. So definitely we need to look at it. And I'm so happy that, you are bringing this type of topic, this type of conversation with stakeholders like this group of professionals that are on here to talk about it and look at ways that we can work together collectively, as professionals, in different fields. Some of them are doctors. Some are actually medical doctors. Some of us are, NGOs, running NGOs. Some of us are working, for companies. So you have so many different dynamics that comes into place that's going to make sure that we actually have the kind of continent that we want to have.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally understand you, Her Royal Highness. And I'm of the same school of thought. There should be more infrastructure. And as we speak about infrastructure, let's talk about access to healthcare, because part of preventative medicine is actually having proper and adequate or equitable access to healthcare. So, so let me just take it back to the panel. I think, Her Royal Highness, probably you'd be good suited for this, because I know you have African Women's Health Project International. This is an organization that I know you're the CEO of, and it kind of helps people to have access to healthcare. Tell us some of the challenges that you're facing, because I don't think we can talk about preventative medicine if we don't talk about some of the challenges that we're facing when we're trying to bring about preventative medicine.
Yeah, so our challenges, the challenges varies. I know that one of the things is as the founder and CEO of the African Women's Health Project International, when I founded the organization over 18 years ago, it was as a result of seeing a mother of 6 children with one that she had in her hand that she was still breastfeeding from a breast that had probably no milk whatsoever, and the other breast, stuck, gangrene, oozing and what have you, a clear case of breast cancer. She was battling it, and she still had 6 children that she had with her, all under the age of 9 years old. And this woman, she's never had pap smear before in her life. She didn't even know what that was. So when we formed the organization, it was really to bring equitable access to healthcare for women and children. And we actually went about this whereby we said, well, how do we go about this? We know that, I mentioned infrastructure. Infrastructure meant, building, making sure that, we actually have hospital that works. Not only to have the hospital, but that works, that makes sure that, they have, that has water going, they have running waters, make sure that we have equipment for the doctors, to be able to perform the surgery. We now went about whereby we conducted a 12-day medical mission each year that we actually go on to different countries every year, and that's some of the things that we've been doing for the last since 2003, going to different countries and actually looking at ways that we can be able to help. And we want to, the challenges are enormous, because we're talking about 54 sub-Saharan African countries, and huge. The whole continent of Africa is huge, but we're starting from Nigeria, because I'm originally from Nigeria, but we have chapters in different different parts of the continent. So we have chapters in the east, we have chapters in the west, we have chapters and even in the north. And now we just even did some just coming up from Egypt. I just came back from Egypt, just did some signing of agreements over there, so that we can be able to give us some help over there, and even form partnerships, so that they can be able to help the sub-Saharan African countries. But what else? And the challenges, we don't have enough hospitals. We need to be able to get access to that. We need to be able to get access to for the doctors to be adequately equipped, because we have the most brilliant doctors in the world on the African continent, and the West are actually the one that are actually enjoying the gift that the continent of Africa has, really, because most of the brilliant doctors, and when they come to the West, they come to America, go to Europe or what have you, they are being paid premium. So we need to make sure that they increase the incomes and all. Just a lot of things just needs to happen. But at the base of it is just really the infrastructure. We need to build up, start from the bottom and build up from there. And as we join forces and do that, we will start seeing some positive outflows from that.
Thank you so much, Her Royal Highness. I know back here in Botswana, we are actually facing similarly the same problems. There's not enough infrastructure, there's not enough hospitals, and I think that's why we're trying to leverage on technology here in Botswana. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to use telemedicine platforms. So as we're speaking about that, I think Dr. Agba, I would ask you, what do you think actually needs to be done to try and integrate this preventative a medicine approach into Africa, seeing as how we have so many challenges as at now? So what do you think needs to be done?
I think this is supposed to be multi-level and at different levels, beginning from individuals to organizations. When we start with the organizations, beginning with the government has to integrate this as part of their health program and incorporate it into the health system. The second thing is that when it comes to the government, we could build facilities that are focused just on preventive medicine. If our hospitals, because our hospitals are focused just on curative medicine, the doctors wait for that, for someone to get sick, and then they prescribe the drugs. But facilities, such as what we have in Healthlink, which is the first preventive health facility, where we do health checks, and we give you personalized plans, care plans, not based on drug prescription, but based on a lifestyle transformation. We need many more of such facilities to be able to integrate this in our system. When it comes to in medical schools, this has to be integrated as a full-time program in terms of training medical practitioners on preventive health, in terms of lifestyle medicine. It is part of the curriculum today, but this is just a little part of it. Meanwhile, today, a lot of people are becoming more and more conscious about their health. A lot of people are becoming more and more conscious about the things that they can be able to do to improve their health. So in the medical school, we have to train doctors and even specialists that are focused just on preventive health care. When you come to the health insurance and the different HMOs, it is very important that we include preventive health as part of the insurance schemes. Many insurance companies today is about curative care. Nobody covers for the health checkups that people go to the hospital. And when people go to the hospital, everyone focuses on when you fall sick. Meanwhile, when insurance companies focus on preventive health checks, for example, it's even much more beneficial because it prevents people from getting sick, and it helps them and it reduces the amount of health expenses that are being carried out. The various organizations that we have, can we preach more around preventive healthcare versus just Dr. Hashim has the health literacy. It's all about preaching health education, because this is what the general population needs to be able to adapt themselves towards that. To the farmers, can we produce healthy diet? To those that are around, can we ensure that our environment is clean? It's multi-level, but this requires education, it requires lobbying, it requires doing one step at a time, and it needs a lot of, it's not supposed to be independent, it needs a lot of collaboration in order to be able to achieve that and reintegrate and re-engineer preventive medicine into our healthcare system. So those are just a few details of what I see that can be done in order to be able to integrate preventive medicine for a new Africa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agba. I think from what you're saying, I'm getting a lot about health literacy. I know that we are speaking much about infrastructure, but you're also speaking to the issue of health literacy. And it seems to be something that's not common in Africa. A lot of people don't have a lot of health literacy. So I think, Dr. Hashim, take us through that one. How can health literacy actually contribute to preventative medicine?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be speaking just after Dr. Agba, because he sets the path to what I'm about to say. So true, we have actions at different levels, at community level and at individual level. And at community level, we have a lot of things together. Preventive medicines is very comprehensive and includes all other sectors that Dr. Ogunlana highlighted. So it's about agriculture, it's about education, it's about sanitation, etc. Unfortunately, to talk of insurance, Dr. Agba talked about the private insurance, but there is a trending now in sub-Saharan African countries about universal health coverage. And even there in the benefit package that people are building, you will not see a preventive aspect of it. It's only we cure this, that, etc. And it's all that is never about preventive medicine. So that is about the community level. At individual level, most of the prevention aspect is about behavioral change, lifestyle change. And before coming to that, people need first to know about what to change, what to do right. Most of the time, ignorance kills more in Africa than diseases, most of the time. So first, people need to know what they are doing wrong, what they are doing right. And that does not guarantee that they will do right what they should do right. But at least it is the first step to make sure that they know about what they should do. And that's what we have been doing in with Araya. So I have a very sad history. I was very depressed at hospital around 2016 because of things that I was experiencing with patients, with histories, with a lot of sad events that happened to families. And I was so depressed but I felt that I needed to do something about it. And with some colleagues, we set up Araya, which is a mass health literacy. So Araya in Yoruba is health is there. It's a Yoruba language, which we share with Nigeria, Benin Republic share with Nigeria. So our aim was to provide people with basic health information that was focused on health challenges that we have in Benin, and that built on people's language. So we focus on local languages as well as French, which is the official language, but most of our population is non-alphabet. So we had to add our local languages to our strategy. So we started in 2017 with information leveraging on local languages and information technology, as well as radio stations and television shows. And very shortly, what we noticed was that a lot of people, there was a lot of uptake, a quick uptake from people. And very soon, within few months, we have thousands of people that follow us, that ask questions and that get reply all over the Francophone Africa. So that was not something that was planned. We was focused. We have started with Benin, but we've noticed as lesson learned that people from all over Francophone Africa and even beyond, but the majority in Francophone Africa were interested, ask questions, get engaged. And a lesson we can learn from that is that there is a need. People want to change, or at least know what to do right to maintain their health. So unfortunately, we are not tapping enough on that. And to give an example is about COVID-19. We had an opportunity, a lifetime opportunity to introduce hygiene into people's behavior. With COVID-19, there has been a lot of sensitization around wash your hands, etc., and hygienic information spread to people. But today, anyone is not speaking about it anymore. I thought that it was an unique opportunity for our government, for health managers, etc., to take opportunity on that, to maintain it on the long run, because hygiene, hand washing only can reduce drastically a lot of diseases for which we invest a lot of money. So right now, nobody is speaking about it anymore. People are not compelled to wash their hands, and even the devices that people put in before their offices to force people to wash hands have started disappearing. I'm sure that it's the same thing in other countries in Africa. So I think that from now we still have challenges on the decision makers level, to really take into consideration and consider what prevention can bring into the health system landscape in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hashim. This is something that you're so passionate about. And like you said, I think, yes, it was a missed opportunity from COVID-19. These measures should have been there. They should now have been the norm across Africa, even beyond COVID-19. They would promote preventative measures like washing hands. All of us were now so used to washing hands. They should have just kept it like that so that we are all now just accustomed. And you're right, it would actually have prevented some of the diseases and some of the sicknesses that people are facing just from hand hygiene and eating healthy. You know, during COVID, we were actually promoting how people to eat healthy. We were actually taking a lot of vitamins. I know I was taking a lot of vitamins because it was said to stop COVID-19. So you're right. I think this is something that they should have continued. The narrative should have continued. Keep taking your vitamins, keep taking those vitamin C's. I think you're very right. That was a missed opportunity on many governments. And maybe this is a conversation they should now be having. It would actually reduce the spend that we are spending on trying to now cure diseases, because Africa's taken more of a curing when things go wrong, right? So I think you're totally right. I know we have a lot to say. A lot of us have a lot to say, but unfortunately, time is not on our side. I would have loved to extend this. You know, I would have spoken more about technology and preventative medicine, because that's an area that I'm very passionate about. But unfortunately, time is not on our side. So maybe I can just give each panelist about a minute to just give their closing remarks. Dr. Agba, you can. Okay, Her Royal Highness, you may go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to just piggyback, and that can be my my closing remark, is the fact that, you know, that can actually be a challenge from us or from this discussion, because whatever panel discussion that we have and all that, so we need to come up with a challenge after that, because we can actually lead it. Because what's stopping us on this panel right here from actually creating a challenge like this, you know, to continue on that healthy lifestyle type of challenge, you know, and put a call to action. And it can be something that we can actually do as this, you know, we're 4 of us on this group, but, you know, but with 4 of us, you know, and I know that with 4 of us, there's thousands of people behind the scene of people, of these 4 people that's on here, that we can actually put a call to action from, because we do, sometimes with Africa, especially on the continent of Africa, we can definitely not wait for our leaders to actually make decisions, especially when it comes to our health and our livelihood and our beings. We have to, we have the will to be able to take some decisive actions, and this is something that we can make a call to action, and then we will see what comes out from there. And I think that is something that I'm challenging each one of us on here. Let's do this. Let's start a call to action plan, and it could be from the Power of Africa platform to actually do that, because that can be a start. That needs to be a start, because that was something that worked. During COVID, when people started washing their hands and all, even me, I remember too that I used to have asthma attack before. I used to, especially over here, especially I'm over here in Houston. I have a home in Houston here. When during springtime like this, I'll start sneezing uncontrollably, just really have, real bad, flu or what have you. After COVID, I've not had one single cold because of, even the wearing of the mask and the whatever and all that. I've not had that, from washing hands and all those. So it goes to show you that something worked there. Let's examine it. Let's see what works there, and let's put a call to action on it, and let's continue it. and it can be for a better Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Her Royal Highness, Dr. Agba. Your closing words?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really amazing being part of this session, and I believe that those that are here at their various levels are championing preventive medicine at the different levels. And I believe that to everyone that is listening to us, preventive medicine is the way that is going to keep us alive and strong, and even the way to go. It is what is going to keep us in our offices to be able to make these decisions that we are making at the moment. It's because of preventive medicine that we are even able to stand here today, because we are healthy in order to be able to speak at these conferences. So it's very important that we begin to prioritize these aspects of preventive medicine in our various systems. And like I said, I mean, it's amazing to have these wonderful and esteemed speakers on the panel who are doing things at a different level. This is a start, and we need to push these to the ends of the earth until many and many more people begin to integrate these healthy lifestyle practices as part of their lifestyle, as part of their daily habits, and part of their daily attitudes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Agba. Dr. Hashim?
Thank you very much. It was so nice to be in this panel. As closing remark, I would just like to stress on equity. Equity is a huge challenge in healthcare sector across Africa, and preventive medicine is an opportunity to close the gap of equity in Africa. And we know from the WHO, World Health Organization report called Health Literacy Solid Fact, that inadequate health literacy, increased resilience, inadequate health literacy, increase existing inequalities, and increase healthcare expenditures among individuals and community. And we know that health literacy increase resilience among individual and community, and that health literacy is a better predictor of health, better than education, than income, etc. So that is an opportunity to tap into its potential for preventive medicine, and more broadly for better human resources in Africa, healthy human resources in Africa, able to contribute at their full potential to the development of our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hashim. I feel obliged to give a recap of what I thought about the panel discussion, right? Thank you so much. We were with these highly esteemed panelists. And I think, as what I would say is, I'm a tech enthusiast. I love technology. So I would also think that technology should be fused in providing preventative medicine, right? Her Royal Highness spoke about the access to healthcare. I think technology is one of those things that can actually bridge the gap. You know, we can use telemedicine platforms. And I know a lot of times the argument or the debate is maybe Africa infrastructure, internet is not good. There are ways around that. You know, we can use USSD services that don't require internet. People are using drones to collect specimens, all those types of things. You know, I think technology can also be leveraged to actually attain preventative care, right? Because some of the challenges, especially like here in Botswana, we are facing a huge challenge where their argument is they can't go by preventative medicine because we have a shortage of doctors, we have a shortage of infrastructure, like she just said, right? So they're saying that it's better to deal with the situation as it arises, right? But I think that's totally wrong. I think we should take a preventative approach, introduce technology where we can to assist and to provide health information, like you just said, you know, and stuff like that, just to increase awareness and just use technology to better the preventative methods, right? That's my opinion about the subject. Her Royal Highness, I don't know if you want to add in there. All right.
Yes, you said it right. Definitely, technology is the way forward, because everything that's going to happen now, we're in the world of technology now, and we have been blessed to have it. So definitely it has to be weaved into everything that we are planning to do. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me on this platform, and all the great work that you're doing in Botswana. I would love to be able to partner with each and every one of you. And to my brother over there in Benin, my grandmother is actually from Benin. So and with there are Yoruba right there in Benin. I'm a Yoruba princess, so that's my neighbor over there, right there. And Dr. Agbo, it's a pleasure to meet you, and would love to actually get more with you, because we are actually all speaking the same language, and I would love to see how we can weave everything together, and with technology be able to transmit it together, and especially with our Africa 259 project for the whole continent of Africa. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Her Royal Highness. And I think, having said that, that concludes our panel discussion. It was so informative. I feel so privileged to actually have heard this panel discussion amongst esteemed panelists here. The submissions were great, and we're taking a lot from this panel discussion. On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, for such a great discussion. Preventive medicine is a step towards improving patients' well-being, for sure. This session coming up on agriculture is entitled Promoting Productive and Regenerative Agriculture Towards Driving a Circular Economy in Africa. I'm really looking forward to this panel, as I know agriculture is a major way to a prosperous economy, for sure.
Good day and welcome to Power of Africa 2022. My name is Ambassador RJ Mahdi of the State of the African Diaspora. Today's theme is about agriculture, the state of agriculture on the African economy. And we're going to talk about challenges and potential solutions. Today we have two esteemed guests on our panel. The first name is Ama.
Greetings. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Like you said, my name is Ama Bosele. I'm originally from Canada, but I've been here in Ghana for 3 years now. And I have a background in horticulture. I was a gardener for the city of Toronto. I did that for about 5 years. And since I've been here, I've had such an appreciation for how things grow so abundantly. Like in my own backyard, I have plantain trees growing. I don't know if y'all can see, but you know, it's been a beautiful experience just learning how to grow my own food and live sustainably. So I'm so happy to be here and happy to share with everybody.
Great, and welcome. Our next guest today is Jean-Claude.
Thank you so much. My name is Jean-Claude Nyomugabo and I'm based in Rwanda. I'm an entrepreneur who have a background in the agriculture from the university, and I'm the CEO and the founder at Spec Farms. At Spec Farms, we connect farmers with the market, as well as connecting them to extension and financial advices. This is the pleasure to be here, and I hope to share with you the journey for the agriculture. Thank you so much.
Great, and welcome to you both. My first question goes to Ama. My first question is, if there was a no-till movement, keeping poop in the loop, tell me about that.
So poop in the loop, no-till movement. I know it probably sounds like some hippie out there stuff, but I promise you it's not. Like ever since I went to horticultural school and I learned how much organisms, you know, on this entire planet literally work to further their purpose with each other. There's like this symbiotic relationship that, you know, isn't quite taught to us. Like we're taught that, you know, our waste goes in the rubbish and it gets dumped off a cliff and never to be seen again. And that's just not the case. So like no-till is basically a movement where we honor the land. We understand that the soil has so much living organisms within it than there is on top of it. And there's no way we can ever expect to have this abundance of life coming forth every harvest without protecting those organisms that make it happen. So the no-till is like, we want to keep this ground virgin. We want to make sure we're not using, you know, high sodium, high chemicals, anything that, you know, we wouldn't want to put in our bodies. Why do we think it's okay to put it in the soil? So that's like the whole no-till movement. Since being here, I've learned about, you know, hard pan. That wasn't something I had experience in Toronto. Like we have a lot of forestry and stuff. So when I came here and I learned about the hard pan, I was like, how do farmers survive? And they were like, they don't. Their crops just, you know, the rains come, wash away the little bit, you know, that's on top, and then the rest is just barren, and it stays that way until somebody breaks through the hard pan to tree. So they came up with the ripping strategy, where instead of these big plows that come and, you know, overturn the entire farm, and the rains come and wash it away, they just rip. They have like, you know, 3 or 4, you know, prongs that will rip at least, you know, a good 1.5 feet, maybe 2 deep, depending on, you know, how expensive of an equipment you get. But they just do these lines of ripping through the hard pan. And there's the only place that they'll put, you know, compost or manure or fertilizer or seeds or anything, so that the rest of the land has a chance to recuperate, you know, that healthy living, because you're not destroying anything that, you know, happens. Let's say there's weeds or bush or, you know, any microorganisms that might be there. You're not disturbing it when you don't have to, because nobody wants, you know, a field of corn that you can't even walk through. So if these pathways are left undisturbed, only where you want to actually grow the corn is disturbed, you have a better chance of bringing back that soil life. And so on top of the no-till, we have keep poop in the loop. So that's basically sawdust toilets. I know everybody knows what's happening with Ukraine and Russia and how there's like this big, you know, shift in how we are going to get these, you know, agricultural inputs. And if we can actually create our own every day by just pooping in sawdust, letting that sit dormant 6 months to a year, and then throwing that on top of our farms. It's worked in India, it's worked in the Caribbean, it's a common practice. And I feel like that's one of those major things that we need to include when we're thinking about, okay, how are we going to, conserve and sustainably, flourish as an agricultural sector if a war breaks in Ukraine and Russia, now we're all out of luck. Like, we have nothing to do with it, but we're going to feel the most consequences. So if I had to sum up the two together, that's how I would strategize it.
Nice. And for my brother Jean-Claude, from you, what is the impact of agriculture on the African economy?
Okay, thank you so much. Regarding the impact of agriculture on the African economy, as you have seen, the agriculture employ more than 70 of the labor force, and it accounts for 40 up to 40 GDP. This shows that around 70% of the people in the rural areas, and many of them are using agriculture as the main source of revenues. And this agriculture has impacted the gross domestic product for every country. And as you know, those small-scale farmers are trying to make sure that they can get everything, such as the income and reducing the poverty alleviation through agriculture. And agriculture has impacted everyone who are involved in this sector, because it can provide the food and everything that they need to survive. Thank you.
Nice. Back to Ama. Tell us a little bit more about what's going on there in Ghana in terms of waterways and proper waste management.
Right. So I've been here 3 years, and this rain season, I used to think they were lying when they talked about a rain season. The last 2 years, I guess it's global warming and climate change, however you want to call it, but the rains weren't as severe as it is right now. Like, I don't know if you can see out my window, but this happens like often, and there's nowhere for the water to go. So we have paved roads and paved, compounds, like people pave their lawns and have their cars parked there, and we'll have all these roofs and nothing's being collected. So all this water is being channeled and funneled in these little bottlenecks. But at the same time, we don't have any waste management. Like, it's not uncommon to have, your neighbors burn trash, to, just see sachets of, waste of the water just on the streets, and go to the market and everybody has those, plastic bags and the rubbers and the forks and styrofoams, like all these things that are being brought in to the country, because none of these things are made here. They're being brought in, and then there's no one being held accountable for, now that they're here, where are they supposed to go? So with the waterways being blocked, you'll see, damages to property, to roads, to farms, to everything. Like, everybody is, especially in Accra, I just saw there was a car like literally floating down the water. And I was like shocked, because I've been here 3 years and I've never seen this much water. So I'm just like, if we could have some type of rain catchments, like I've seen it where every house could have like a rain barrel, with a gutter system around, just collecting what's falling on their roof, and having that filter in to, a barrel, which, you keep your mosquito net over. You can drop a little chlorine tablet in if you're worried, but that could be drinkable water. That's one less, gallon, 2, 3. I don't know how big, somebody's roof might be, but that's going into the waterways, because it's getting to a point where I've had, local community events having to be shut down because people can't get out. The streets flooded, and we just have this abundance of water only in the rain season. Then come the dry season, it's like, how are we getting this water to keep our crops going all year? If we had stored it in the rain season, that'd be a immediate solution to allow I've seen some of the boreholes go dry. I've seen people having to ship in water, like these big water tankers, when the city water gets cut off, because that happens. The pipes are a bit older, so there's just so much I feel like can be done in terms of just rain catchments. I actually just saw a YouTube video of Barbados, and there it's like mandatory. They have these stonemasons that have had this profession from the beginning of this island, but that's just what they do. They make these tiles on their roofs to store the water, because there's no plumbing. They can't have that type of infrastructure because they're on a rock, so they just didn't have a choice. But these rain catchments have been making the biggest difference, because they don't have those problems, where the pipe roads and you wait on the city to fix it. It's like, no, it's your rainwater, it's your, everything's very self-efficient there. So I was really inspired by that video. I could see that here, especially in Accra, because Accra has so much concrete. So if they just started collecting all of that water that was falling on their roofs, I know it would divert a huge amount from the waterways and, hopefully implement a recycling program. I'll stop.
Great idea. Jean-Claude, and to you on that same note, what are some other problems you feel like are affecting African agriculture, and what ways can we solve them?
Okay, thank you so much. The first problem that affects agriculture in Africa is climate change. The climate has affected the farmers, and some of them are a long dry season and other factors which has led to the introduction of pests and diseases. And those has reduced the yield for the farmers, which have impacted their life. The second is lack of technology and education. As you see in Africa, when it comes to technologies and education, this is the continent which is left behind. You can see the development of different institutions which have more on the research and the more technologies in Africa, where you can't see those development in Africa. As you compare it to Europe, Asia, or America, you can't see the development of those technologies. There is also lack of financing. As you can see, most of the small banks or large banks in Africa aren't focused on the small-scale farmers because they think that they are not bankable. So when it comes to having access to the finance, access to the funds, it becomes difficult for the farmers. Regarding the solution for the climate change, we need more and more research and on the seeds which have high germination potential to make sure that our farmers can benefit from those seeds. We need also the advancement in technologies to make sure that the farmers can know their soil, the analysis for the soil, to make sure that they meet the crops which can fit with that soil. We need also to have access to the high quality inputs such as fertilizer to make sure that we can increase the production. The farmers also need to have to grow the crops which have high demand on the market, because most of the small scale farmers in Uganda or in Africa, they are doing subsistence farming with the staple crops. So we need access to those skills, those innovation, to make sure that the farmers can grow the crops for the export market. As you know, most vegetables and fruits have a high potential demand on the export market. We need to train those people to make sure that they can grow those crops. And regarding the education and technologies, I can keep emphasizing on the government. The government need to put more effort, more budget on the agriculture, to put more effort on the research and the education to make sure that the farmers may have access to the trainings and the resource that they need to make sure that they can increase their production. Regarding the financing, we need also to encourage the farmers to be in the cooperatives or partnership. This is because they can get access to financing, big financing, the big market. As you have seen, most of the farmers here are small-scale farmers with less than 1 hectare. Imagine giving those farmers the access to the finance. It is difficult for the banks which need high return for their loan. So we need to keep emphasizing the farmers to be in the cooperatives to make sure that they can get access to the funds or other kind of support such as the market to increase their income. Thank you so much.
So one more question for Ama. What challenges have you faced since COVID-19 started up until now?
Wow. What haven't I faced? I mean, when I originally started COVID, it was kind of like this thing that was happening in the West. So for us, life kind of just continued. We're in Central Region. It wasn't mandatory to wear masks. There wasn't these, enforced vaccinations. It wasn't I didn't know anybody that had COVID, so it wasn't, you know, that real. And then it was like the final call and the world stopped, you know, and the show started. It was like, wow, like, you know, you're just seeing how vulnerable you are when you can't get, you know, certain items shipped to you, or you can't just, you know, go to the market. Everybody wants to know your temperature and everybody wants to know your mask is. Like, it's, you realize how dependent you've become, you know, because you're used to just that instant, I don't know, gratification of just, I want a tomato, I'm gonna buy it, you know? So I had a chance to reflect and was like, I could definitely, you know, I may not have a farm, but I could be, you know, in my compound with pots in my, you know, I got my plantains in the back, and I bought some chickens, and I got to have my first, you know, fresh, you know, raised eggs out in the back. So that was great. I got all the tomatoes from the compost. Like, that's one thing I loved about COVID, was that I had more time to spend, you know, with the family and in the compound. So I got to see, like, you know, I threw a tomato in the compost over there, and then the rain came, and now it's a tomato plant. Like, I may not have noticed that before if I was, you know, still out and about in the world. So it was like, you know, these little things that made me realize how fortunate, you know, this continent really is, that, you know, there is no snow, there is no ice. You can grow your food all year round. And yes, the dry season is very devastating, but if you can harvest, you know, the rainy season to serve you throughout the dry season until the next, you know, it's like you can always have this really healthy, sustainable relationship on this continent that, you know, I know I'm born in Canada, but I hate the snow. I don't understand why I was there for so long. I am so grateful to be here on the continent. Like, I heard in Toronto they had like a hailstorm in like May, and May's supposed to be like our rainy season. So to have hail, I was like, oh, thank God. But yeah, it's a lot has definitely changed, you know, since COVID for everybody. But I'm almost kind of appreciating the time I've had to really, you know, open my eyes to like the abundance that can grow here with very little inputs, and especially the inputs that's needed. It's kind of like we have that. Like, we have a rainy season, we can harvest water. We have our own like animal waste, our ways. Like, there's many ways that you can, you know, make compost and fertilizers, and you can upcycle even if you don't have, you know, facility like, you know, we had in Canada where you can just send your rubbish away and it gets dealt with. Even here, like, I've seen buyback programs. If you can like sort your plastic, you can sell them by the kilos, and companies, you know, they like that stuff. If you have a shredder, they'll give you even more of a premium on that same plastic. And all you had to do was make your, you know, your yard look good, or your beach look good, or a local, you know, plot look good. Like, wherever you collected it from, you know, the whole community's kind of better for it. And so if you can make money off of recycling plastic, I don't see why you wouldn't. But even if you can just upcycle it, like, I love seeing people planting in those old like Bell Aqua, you know, 19-liter water jugs. Like, I thought it was a beautiful idea, and I was like, everybody should be doing that. And so I actually brought some tires in from a group that just had them on the roadside. They were used, nobody wanted them, they were collecting it. I'm not sure why, but I was like, I'll take them. And they gave them to me for free, and they're painted, and I put soil in it and some mulch, you know, some wood chips free from the lumber yard. So I just use that as a mulch to cover it up, and I can grow tomatoes that wanted to grow anyways. They were just getting trampled on by my chickens. Love the compost. So it was like, okay, let me just save any tomato plants I can and put them in some tires so they're, you know, up higher and protected away from them. And it's just been working beautifully. And I'm like, and that's like very little input. So I'm like, yay, winning. So yes, COVID has definitely changed things, but you know, there's always a silver lining, I feel.
Good job. I'm impressed. Jean-Claude, my last question to you is, tell us about the impact of special agricultural processing zones in Africa.
Thank you so much. Regarding the agriculture processing zones, as you see, in the agriculture value chain, we need processing. Processing is one of the main activities in the agriculture value chain, and it adds the values to agriculture sectors regarding the production. Because as you can see, the farmers who are involved in production need the people who can process agriculture produce. For example, if you are processing tomatoes, we need the farmers who can grow those tomatoes and sell them to the industries which can process them and produce the finished product. So the impact of processing is about reducing the post-harvest losses, which can be caused by lack of packaging or other factors. And when we get the light material and equipment for the processing, we add the values to agriculture produce. For example, if we have the tomatoes and they are processed to other finished product, we can get high price for that produce, and this reduce the farmers' loss, because sometimes when the farmers produce the crops and didn't get access to the industry which can process them, they can have the loss in the processing and the harvesting. So the processing can increase the GDP for the countries. They can increase the income for the farmers who are involved in the production, and this will help the people to get the employment. As you know, when you want to set the industry, you will need the employers, and those are the people who need the job. And when there is a processing industry in your areas, this will help those people to get access to employment opportunities. It also help the country to get the taxes. As you know, when we have many processing industries, you can get access to the taxes, which can also develop the economy for the countries. The processing industry also can help the people to get the market. You can enter the international market, you can enter the European market when you have the basic requirement for the produce. So it helps the people, it helps the country to develop through increasing the GDP, and it can also help everyone who are involved in the agriculture value chain to benefit from agriculture production. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so we'll end the panel here, but first we'll allow each of you to give some closing remarks. We'll start with you, Alma.
So I love that question about processing, because there's a YouTube video, it's called Greed in Tomatoes. And it was just speaking about this mass exodus of tomato farmers, going past north, going into Europe, and they're just treated horribly. And so I know if there was a way that we could add value to the tomatoes before it hits the market, we'd probably not lose as many of our people, like our hardworking people, because they're clearly willing to work hard if they're going to travel that far. And it's not an easy job that they're traveling to, right? So we have to honor, our farmers. And if they're willing to work hard, we really should be trying to match them and buy locally. Like if we can buy local, tomato paste, or buy local tomato sauce, or ketchup even. Like there's a country that, is producing ketchup. Like, do we really need to be going for the name brands that we're used to as, diasporans abroad? But if we could really focus on anything local that's been processed here on the continent, I feel that would be the best thing we could do for our farmers. So I'm happy we had that conversation, or you guys had that conversation.
Great. And Jean-Claude, your closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to close by saying that agriculture is the backbone of African economy. So we need everyone who are involved in the agriculture value chains, from production to distribution, supply chain, processing, consumers, and the marketing. So we need those people to be strengthened. We need those people to be developed to make sure that agriculture can benefit everyone who are involved in agriculture value chain. So we need also the people can give the farmers the funds. We can give them the trainings and the technologies that they need to make sure that the agriculture can be sustainable. Agriculture is one of the best way to lift every country, every people out of the poverty. So we need development to make sure that everyone who are involved in agriculture can benefit, so that agriculture can be turned into a profitable business ventures. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And so that brings us to the end of our panel today, the impact of the state of agriculture on the African economy, challenges and potential solutions. Thank you so much to our esteemed guests, Ama and Jean-Claude. We thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, on behalf of Power of Africa 2022, we bid you goodbye.
Bye.
I will summarize this session with a closing remark from Jocelyn Agbo. If we put our heads together as Africans in agriculture, we can feed ourselves and the world. Yes, we sure can. Agriculture is our gold and a door to a prosperous Africa. Hope you all enjoyed that session like I did. Conversations like this leads to long-term sustainable actions, which is an important step in the right direction for Africa. Thank you to the panelists for sharing so much insights all in one session. Coming up next, a music performance from Eto Sana. Eto Sana is an award-winning Congolese artist. I'll be right back after what will be a stellar performance.
Mambo, salut tout le monde. Mbote na bino nyonso. Kombo nangai Eto Chana. My name is Eto Chana, and welcome to the Power of Africa 2022 conference. Today, we're embarking on a journey. We are going from the Central Africa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to East Africa, Tanzania. Are you ready? I know I am. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Boye, boye. Boye, boye. Eto Chana. Yee! Jizo on the beat. I like it like that. Tanguzalaka boye. Going out tonight. We popping bottles all night. You're coming with me tonight. Bina nangalelo. You're coming with me tonight. Ooh, oh yeah. You're coming with me tonight. Bina nangalelo. That's the key. Let me ride. Ooh, oh yeah, oh yeah. Shake your body like I never see it. Ba ba ba, manga bamba. Got what it takes to make you go crazy. I love your style and the way that you do it. Boy, boy. Boy, boy. I'm a VIP girl. When I come, I rock your world. Tika tika yango boy, pass the key, let me ride. Why don't you come inside? It's just you and I. You're the one I chose. No one needs to know. This is how the rhythm goes. Shake your body like I never see it. Shake your body like I never see it. Ba ba ba, manga bamba. Got what it takes to make you go crazy. I love your style and the way that you do it. Boy, boy. Boy, boy.
Are you a liar? Eto Chana. Yeah. Ahora sí las cosas se van a poner buenas. Tuleka. Kwanza kabisa barigani na wasalimia. Vipi kwema kwa nyumbani mlipotokea? Haijalishi dini gani, sijibane dia. Zikikupanda tu kichwani, wewe sasa mbua. Mapochopocho ya kusasa, cheza muziki we furahi. Tena echambo weka karanga, ya nini peke yako zubai. Wanatuita wala bata, katidonge wanatoneaga. Kwani hakuna matata, bil sote tushalipiaga. Pepe, 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 pepe. Kama unatoka jasho leo mpaka majogo, tunakesha kama popo, wacha tusikongero. Iyo yo yo iyo yo 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 yo. Yo. Vamos gozar tú y yo hasta la madrugada, bailar juntos tú y yo. Mueve la cadera, tena nibambie paka chini nishikilie. Nibambie paka chini katikie, wawa. Mapochopocho ya kusasa, cheza muziki we furahi. Tena echambo weka karanga, ya nini peke yako zubai. Wanatuita wala bata, katidonge wanatoneaga. Kwani hakuna matata, bil sote tushalipiaga. Pepe, 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 pepe. Pepe, 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 pepe. Pepe, 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 pepe. Kama unatoka jasho leo mpaka majogo, tunakesha kama popo, wacha tusikongero. On the floor, hey, party till morning. We dance on the floor, hey, party till morning. You're gonna feel that groove, yeah. Hambo. You're gonna feel that groove, yeah. Hambo. Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? estamos pa' sudar. ¡Epa! Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? Huyu ni nani kati? Tombolo ya solo, tombolo ya solo, anacheza. 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 Hapo, hapo,
Hope you enjoyed that great performance from Eto Sana from Congo. Our next guest panelists for our next session are ready. This session covers education, improving access to quality public education and boosting academic performance for the development of Africa. Education is power, especially identity-wise, that the arts have brought to the continent. Join these amazing panelists as they discuss ways to boost academic performance for the development of Africa. Enjoy this session.
Hello, and welcome to the Power of Africa Conference 2022. My name is Ambassador RJ Mahdi of the State of the African Diaspora, and I'll be your moderator. Today's theme is improving access to quality public education and boosting academic performance for the development of Africa. Today, we're going to hear from several distinguished guests on this topic, and I'll be introducing them right now. The first of our guests is Dr. Solomon Tenchin.
How you doing? Thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of the Power Africa Conference. My name is Dr. Solomon Tenchin. I'm American. I'm based in Dallas, Texas. I'm CEO of SIM Companies, where we provide ecosystems that impact millennials to experience holistic success. And I'm also a higher education administrator and professor, and have presented and been in the space over 10 years now with a passion for student success and equity. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this panel.
Thank you, sir. And our next guest is Jide Ayegbusi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jide Ayegbusi. I'm glad to be here. I lead the team at edusco.com, an education company leveraging technology and data to make life easier for players in the African education ecosystem. So we built a platform that helps parents make informed school choices for their kids. We currently work with about 4,500 schools across Nigeria and a few schools in Ghana. And every single day, a lot of parents, hundreds of parents come on the platform to shop for suitable schools for their kids. And also, we support aspirational parents with education funding so that they can give their kids quality education regardless of their socioeconomic status. So again, I'm glad to be here, and I look forward to an amazing session with Dr. Ambassador Mahdi.
Thank you, Mr. Ayegbusi. Our next guest is Dr. Akosua Sumney.
Hello, everybody. I am very blessed to be at the Power of African Conference 2022. I am Dr. Akosua Sumney, Ghanaian American residing in the state of California. I started as an educationist, and now I have an NGO that recruits African Americans to come back to Africa to learn about their background. So far, I've taken over 1,000 African Americans to Africa, mostly to Ghana, and it's been awesome. The year of return, which was 2019, we brought in, including the government of Ghana, we brought in over 1 million African Americans to Ghana alone. We started schools, different businesses, and then we started humanitarian work, helping people to be educated. And so today I am glad to talk about education and how we can improve education on the continent of Africa, where it all started. Thank
Beautiful. You. Thank you, Dr. Sumney. And our final guest is Hamid Coyote Alabi.
Yeah, it's nice to be here today, and it's nice to hear from everyone. Really looking forward to learning from your background. Once again, my name is Hamid Coyote Alabi, and I'm from Nigeria, currently based in London. I'm a social entrepreneur, author, SDGU champion with over 12 years of experience in active citizenship and volunteering. I founded Coyote Alabi Leadership and Career Initiative to help children in underserved communities develop life and 21st century skills. And we provide them with scholarship opportunities. We also organize a boot camp where they co-create solutions to their own problems, and we continue to offer mentorship and support for the growth of these young people. I currently work as an educational mentoring coordinator with Refugee Education UK, where I help young refugees and asylum seekers in the UK to connect them to mentors who provide educational support every week, and then to continue to help them develop life skills. I wear many hats in the educational sector, and I'm really looking forward to contributing to the development of African educational system, and to talk about to share insights into the educational system on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alabi, and welcome to all of our guests. Today's theme is improving access to quality public education and boosting academic performance for the development of Africa. I'll be asking you each a series of questions, and then we'll give the rest of the panelists an opportunity to reply. My first question is to Dr. Solomon Tention. What are some strategies to boost academic performance within higher education settings?
Yeah, so I think, thank you for that question. I think some of the strategies is to first, take an assessment of what students' needs are, right? Take a full assessment to understand where the learning gaps, what are the issues, what are the challenges. I think that's the first step that we as leaders have to do. And that will give us a good scope on the services and support that we need to offer. And I think when we begin to develop those services, we've got to equip the staff members and mentors who are working with students to actually provide the level of service that's needed for students to be successful. And then we've got to provide students with equitable access to those services as well. And so I think that all three, the assessment, the training, and the access, all have to kind of work together to improve the academic performance among students in higher education settings.
Thank you so much. Do any of the other panelists have anything to respond to that question? What are some strategies to boost academic performance within higher education settings? Okay.
Well, when I look back,
go ahead.
Looking back at what we inherited years ago, we've seen that education in Africa has been just theory. That is why the Chinese look at that. In the last 30 years, they have improved their education system. And so in Africa, we cannot just take what is handed down to us and just go by it. Even those that handed us that education system, they've made a lot of changes. But for years, centuries, Africa has not made any changes in the educational system. It's time for us to sit back and say, man, this was handed to us. What is good for Africa? What's going to help us? Let's look at it and see how we can improve it. So let's also compare those who have moved from the European and American system, especially Chinese, and let's look at how much they are doing. They are doing very well. And how can we also improve by comparing?
Thank you so much, Dr.
Can I also jump on this? I think for me, right, so I'm based in Nigeria, I'm based in Lagos, and I see that this, like every other year, where you have like demand for higher education or the increase. For instance, every year in Nigeria, about 1.6 million will sit for the entrance exams into various universities across Nigeria, right? And our university system can only take half of these guys, right? So how can we ensure that more students are able to access, that are willing, are able to access higher education, right, in a way that is really seamless? And of course, maybe technology can help in this regards. Who knows? Maybe as we continue in the program, we shall talk about that.
Absolutely. So my next question was actually for Mr. Jide Ayegusi. And so my question to you, being based on the continent, is what is the current state of education in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, so I would say it's abysmal, right? So it's very sad. When Dr. Sune, started our presentation, she mentioned that education started from Africa, right? And it's so sad that the situation of education on the continent has not really improved in a way that we can be proud of, right? So when I was growing up, I had a very terrible elementary secondary education, right? And I was thinking that maybe when I became or become an adult, the situation will change. But it's getting worse, right? So by the day, right? And that's really very sad. The quality is nothing to write home about for very many of our public education system, right? And also the level of apathy on the continent when it comes to education is also very sad, is also very sickening. Currently in Nigeria, about 18.5 million kids are out of school, right? That's like more than the population of Senegal, if I'm right, Ambassador Madi, right? So like 18.5 million kids. It was about 13.5 before, and we're saying that that figure was just too much. That was like the highest all over the world, but now 18.5. So meaning that the level of apathy has continued to grow in such a way that it's becoming really something that we need to really be bothered about. Because again, education is like the liberator. Education is a passport. Is a passport who says that, like Malcolm X, right? The passport to the opportunities in the future. But again, it's so sad that we're not there yet. But it can be better.
Thank you so much. My next question is for Hamid Coyote Alabi. I recently read that as public education becomes better in certain countries, and particularly Rwanda, private schools are now losing business. So my question to you is, what role does quality public education have to play in the advancement and development of an African child where you are?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think the first thing we need to ask is to like deconstruct some concepts in the question you asked. And the first one is like, what is public education and who is an African child? So what is public education in itself? Like, public education is geared towards helping a child develop skills, values, attitude, and knowledge in order to become a responsible member of the society, and in order to solve problems and challenges in the society. Every education needs to be geared towards national development and also global development. So it's not just about national development as well. You know, how do you also develop these international competencies as well to solving this problem and to, like, you know, to solving these challenges we are facing in the world today. And when you look at Nigeria, for example, you look at the problem we're facing today from different sectors, from the economic sector to the political sector, to every sector, it is because of the failure of the public education. Education itself should, like, you know, like it should, like, is like the main access, you know, to growth and development of any country. So when you look at it again, look at the public education system. There are schools where, you know, people don't have teachers. So in 2018, I carried out a research, you know, where I traveled across 3 different regions in Nigeria to monitor education and development issues. And one of the community I went to was Moro community in Kwara State. And what happened in that community? I saw children walking barefooted, you know, to the classroom. I saw rain-beaten children in the classroom. I saw teachers not coming to the classroom. When you ask them, why are you not in the classroom? They say, like, they are living far away, you know, from the classroom, and they don't have money. They don't have transportation money. You know, they don't even have the fund. Their salary is not enough. So again, these are like the challenges of education. Educational challenges or public educational challenges are multifaceted. Like, they're like it's like a kind of connection. It's connected together. So again, teachers are not upskilled. Who is training teachers, right? These are the challenges as well. You know, for example, we asked a parent, like during the research, we asked the parent, you know, what are your child learning in the classroom? And they said, like, the child said that the rainbow has just 5 colors. You can imagine in the school system, in the public school system, you know. So what happens when children are learning from teachers who are not even qualified enough? There was also a research carried out in 2015 by ESPN, and during that time, during the research, you know, they measure teachers, you know, they measure teachers, and I think about over 80,000 teachers that were measured. Only 0.03 of those teachers scored 80% and above. So you can imagine, in just basic English literacy, they assess them on basic English literacy and maths. And only 0.03% scored 80% and above. This is the basic lowest level. So what happens to our children if you can learn the basic literacy and numeracy skills that would prepare you to develop higher order cognitive skills or advanced skills for the future? You know, then what happens to the future of work? What happens to, you know, we developing students who can solve problems and challenges now today? The world that is driven by technology, the world that is driven by innovation. So there's a problem with the public educational system. That's one. Now, who is an African child? Now we need to go back to the basic. Who is an African child? An African child naturally is intuitive. They want to learn. They are curious. But does the school cover this curiosity? So I could recall, I grew up in Makoko. Makoko is one of the largest slums in Africa, right? Largest floating slum in Africa. And during those moments, growing up, I go to the back of our house. I'll pick boxes I want to make cars, with boxes. I want to make crates, I'll pick pieces of machines that were thrown away in the dump sites at the back of my house. I want to make machines. I want to build houses. Like I had all of this, creative mindset. But I go to the school, nobody cares. Nobody cares about my creativity. So there's a need to take things back to the basics to ensure that we have teachers, qualified teachers who can, teach our kids. And you can't raise qualified teachers when you don't create incentive in the educational system. If I keep going, I might keep talking, but I think I will just pause here because incentive in education is another thing that we need to talk about, and why we need to.
We'll come back to that as one of your next questions.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that that passionate answer. My next question is for Dr. Sumney. As we see many African youth seeking to leave the continent, particularly for professional opportunities, what educational system will best prepare and convince African graduates to stay and work on the continent?
Right. You hit it. Because, I started teaching in Ghana, and then I taught in Nigeria, Christian Council of Nigeria. Then I've taught in America, California, Moreno Valley, and Riverside counties. And so I can compare the system. Why is it that we have this exodus of young people leaving for overseas? What can we do? I bring back questions to African educators. My first question is, why is it that the system we have, we cannot produce cars? Why is it that Africans cannot produce aeroplanes? Why is it that Africans cannot even produce motorcycles? Why is it that Africans youth finish university, they have their master's degree, they have PhDs, and they cannot produce basic medicine to cure malaria? And we got to bring everything from overseas. And so they want to go to overseas to learn what is going there successfully. We are not successful because we keep on copying an old system. We got to bring skills. I remember I sent a proposal to the government of Ghana some years ago, and I told them that wearing our African clothes, it's even innovation. And when I gave the proposal to him, he mandated that every Friday we should wear African clothes. I was very happy. It created a bunch of skills, innovations for Africans, and they were able to produce clothes for Westerners, for the people in Europe and people in China, the troop in Ghana to buy designs. Then I took another proposal 5 years after that to the president that was on. I said, why do we have secretariatship in polytechnics? Why do we go to poly and we are only training managers? The polytechnics are supposed to be skillful enough so that we can send them to universities and have proper engineering courses, skillful engineering courses. I'm glad he listened. And now in Ghana, when you go, we have our polytechnics as universities. Still, we are lacking. Why is it that we are not able to still produce cars? Let us ask each other. We are people that have finished university. We still pound fufu in Africa by using a stick and some kind of mortar wood to just pound fufu. And the Chinese just came and brought us fufu maker where you stick to the wall, the electricity power, and you are able to make your fufu in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the youth finish university and they sit for 1 hour just to pound fufu. And so why are we doing this to young people? All we need to do is to innovate. We know there's no innovation. We have to have lots of skills. And I'm very, very serious about that. I have been to so many countries and I am so admired by the Chinese, and I'll keep on saying the Chinese. 30 years ago, they saw that it was just everything they were doing was just copying the West. So what did they do? They sat down and they planned the skills of China. Today, China is producing for every country. In America, where I live, every store that you go to is made in China, made in China. Why is it that we have so much in Africa and we cannot base on what we have to innovate and help our youth to be able to come up with things that the people in the West want to buy? Why are we buying things that we have in Africa? We are buying them from the West. We are buying them from China. So you ask me, what will make them stay here? Skills. We need to teach them how to produce medicine, malaria medicine. We don't need them to bring mosquito coil and mosquito spray from China. We don't need mosquito spray from England. We don't need mosquito spray from America. We need these things here. And if our African young people will be assisted to make cars, huh? We make cars in Nigeria, make cars in Ghana. Why do they want to go overseas? Why are nurses running away? Because they cannot produce ordinary headache medicine. Doctors cannot produce ordinary headache medicine and rubs. Everything we are buying, even matches. Can you hear me? The toothpick is being brought from China and toothpick is being brought from UK. And so we need innovation in Africa. We got to get on the streets. We got to let them know that it's enough is enough. And our young people need to be skillful so they don't look at overseas, because it's not easy to live in overseas. It is terrible to live in overseas. And when we come to our countries, it's the best place to live in the world is Africa. The best resources are in Africa. Yet we don't help our youth to be innovative, to be creative, and all we need to do. Why are we speaking our language to create everything? You know, I went to the Minister of Education just recently. I came to Ghana. And he was telling me about people who can't speak English. Who cares about English? Chinese don't speak no English. Chinese don't speak English, yet we buy their products all over the world. So if we just go and learn grammar and speak grammar, what are we gaining? Our youth are not getting grammar. That's not what we need. We're not going to eat grammar. We got to produce. We got to be innovative. We got to teach the young people to create. Let's help them create cars and let them buy the cars in Africa. Let's buy made in Africa. When we buy made in Africa, our young people are ready to stay in Africa and make the money.
I just want to quickly add to what Dr. Akosua has shared. And I think these are really, really important points that she has raised, really powerful points. But I want to take us back to what I think John Dewey said. He said education cannot work on its own. No, Emile Durkheim, a renowned sociologist, educational sociologist. Education cannot work in embryo. It's connected to all other sectors. And so the truth is that when we think about education, or when we think about why education is not growing in Africa or in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to think about all other aspects of the sector. One is political will. So if there's no political will, to actually change the educational system, for example, what does the educational sector get in Nigeria? The educational sector in Nigeria gets just 5% of the budget, and UNESCO recommended 25%. So how do people want to innovate or create? So how do teachers even want to teach? Or how is there going to be incentive, for growth on the continent, right? So again, the political will is a challenge. Number one, when you look at political will, you also need to think about the economic will as well. So if there's a political will, there's a need for money, right? So how much money are we putting in education? How much money are we investing in technology? Even the labs in University of Ilorin or other universities, how much materials do they have for people to create? It's not that people are not innovative. I mean, I've seen young people who are creating cars, but who is funding those cars? Who is upping them? And the truth is that we also should not forget that the Westerners are likely to be part of the problem as well. So because when you look at, when you give money to the government, you're giving them loans, you're giving them, all of these things, and people, would embezzle this money. Nobody's like there's a lot when it comes to these problems is deeply rooted in development. It's beyond just the whole educational framework. So I just want to add that education itself cannot solve its own problem. There's a need to look at all other sectors as well. So let me just stop at that. So but that was an interesting point. Thank you for raising that.
Thank you so much for that point. And so as Dr. Sumney mentioned, we need to upgrade the skills of Africa. My next question is directed to Dr. Solomon Tention. What does adequate access to public education look like in the 21st century?
I think that first of all, some of the items you've already mentioned, I think that there's definitely got to be a digital component to that as well. You know, for remote areas, how can we equip those areas to where we can have online learning, online instruction, and digital engagement for those communities to where a physical building might not be there. I think that also there's got to be programs set up to where we can help fund building of new schools, right? And fund transportation to those schools as well, with adequate meals and then also, you know, similar to what we're trying to do here in the US, create this ecosystem to where not only can the students get the support that they need, but also the parents as well, because sometimes the parents lack some of the same skills as kids, and so you got to serve them both. So I think that the third component is that access is going to be tailored to also the training of professionals and the training of teachers as well, who can ensure that they are actually meeting the needs of the learners. And so I think those are, in the 21st century, I think that's what equitable and access to education is going to look like.
Beautiful. My next question is to Jide Ayegbusi. What would you consider to be the critical problems bedeviling our education systems, and what solutions can we look forward to?
Thanks a lot, Ambassador Mahdi, for that very beautiful question. So when you take a look at the problems in the education space, right, you discover that it's hydra-headed, right? When you're trying to solve one, right, another one springs from somewhere. But what I've done is over time, is to narrow down the problems into two, basically, right? One is that of access to education, and the other
looks like we may have lost Mr. Ayegbusi.
Nigeria is abysmal, right? It's very sad, and it's very high. 18.5 million out of school. And why do we have 18.5 million out of school? I just wanted to be sure that you can hear me, Ambassador Mahdi, because I don't know, my internet is acting funny.
Yeah.
So why do we have problem around access? Poverty is one of the reasons, right? So you have in the country where like 80% of the population are wallowing in abject poverty. So what comes to mind most times is not education. So you can't be hungry and be thinking about education, right? So you have, like, you know, in the northern part of Nigeria where like the vast majority of those kids are very hungry. They're looking for food and they have to go out to go do what they call almajiri, right, in the north, to fetch money and be able to feed themselves, and even sometimes bring something home to the family. Another reason why we have, you know, like a larger number of people out of school is because of religion as well. Like, so we, in certain part of the country, in Nigeria, for instance, you have where a certain religion believes that Western education shouldn't be tolerated, right? In fact, it's the basis for some of the crisis that we have in that part of Nigeria as I speak to you, right? So they constantly talk against Western education. So meaning that the vast majority of these kids, when they hear when they hear from well many people that education is bad, then they want to turn away from it. So that's access, right? The other one is quality. So there's something that UNESCO calls learning crisis. So you have majority of the kids in schools that are not learning, right? So you have, like Coyote said earlier, I think more than 60% of the kids would be out of primary school and they will not be able to read or write, right? So a learning crisis is one of the issues that we have in our education system, where even the guys that are in school are not learning. And why do we have such problem? One of the reasons why we have that problem is because our curriculum is really very poor, right? So the curriculum that was used to prepare my grandpa for the first industrial revolution is still the curriculum that we're using today, right? I think it was John Dewey that says that if you teach today's students as we taught yesterday, that we're robbing them of tomorrow. So you cannot be using the first industrial revolution kind of curriculum to teach the kids that are supposed to face the fourth industrial revolution. Take it by the horn, right? So curriculum is one of the issues. The other one is that the guys that are even delivering on this bad curriculum are not passionate about the job. I mean, the teachers, right? So you've got folks who are teaching but are not passionate about the job. And why do we have this, right? The level of funding in the space is very poor. So teachers are not well paid in Nigeria. So you have the guys who take up teaching job as last resort. So like there's no job anywhere. So the next thing I can do to fend for myself is to go teach, right? And also teaching as a course. I mean, education as a course in some of the universities that we have in Nigeria is also like a course of last resort for many of our students. So you have guys who want to study, say, medicine, law, or any of these, high-rated courses, as it were, and they're unable to pass through. So the next course that is available is education. So you're getting more people that are not interested in the courses into those departments. And those guys are going to be out of school to deliver on that very bad curriculum. So quality of education will continue to be poor if you do not do anything really drastic about our curriculum. We need to overhaul the curriculum first and begin to deliver on 21st century curriculum. We need to upskill our teachers, right? I'm talking about the solution to some of these problems now. We need to upskill our teachers and ensure that the guys who are most passionate about the jobs are the ones that are teaching. We need to encourage them and ensure that we get the best talent to come to the teaching profession. And the only way you can do that in a country that is riddled with poverty is when you pay them highly. So you get the likes of Coyote, for instance, to come and teach in the classroom because he knows that he's going to get well paid. You can get the like of myself, Dr. Sonny, to get into the classroom because we know that, yes, the pay will be worth the while for us, right? So the other solution that I see is that of using technology, right, to democratize access. And frankly speaking, quite a number of innovations or innovative ideas are springing up on the continent where people are now leveraging technology to ensure that more people are accessing quality education and ensuring that the curriculum that are embedded in those technology are very good and at par with any content anywhere in the world. And one thing that COVID has taught us is that you can be anywhere in the world beyond the four walls of the classroom and access content, education, right? You can be in the village and access education. But one problem again in Nigeria or in West Africa is the fact that a number of people are not able to afford some of these devices, right? Even when you can afford, you can't be sure of the quality of network, right? So internet penetration and also a seamless experience while you're consuming some of this content via technology. So having said that, right, I think that all hands needs to be on deck, right? So the government, the organized private sector, all of us need to come together to ensure that we take education to the next level and change the narrative. We cannot leave education in the hands of government alone. The funding has been very poor. I mean, someone said it earlier on. UNESCO says 26%, but every single year in Nigeria, we do less than 7%. That cannot take us anywhere. And I can also reason with the government because, again, the funding, the money they have at their disposal isn't much, and they have to also cater for other sectors. So you have the health sector, you have the agriculture sector, you have so many other sectors that are also demanding for the attention of the little budget that they have. So the organized private sector needs to come to the rescue. The funds, the money that we devote to some of these entertainment shows should be devoted to education. Like if you can just like imagine how much of money that the corporate world spend on things that are very relevant. Rather than, and the same people will come out to tell you that, wow, I can't find quality talent rather in Nigeria. How would you find quality talent in Nigeria when you are not even doing anything to support the ecosystem as a corporate body? So all of us needs to come together to ensure that the quality of education is something that's really great and that can take our kids, to the next level, and of course help them to access, future opportunities that are way there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Agbusi touched on this a couple times, but I want to ask Dr. Sumney, what is the educational systems that Europeans passed to the African continent years ago still working? I think you're on mute. Dr. Sumney, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's not working. It's not working. One of the things, the styles that I don't like Africans using is when you go to the classroom, because I've been a classroom teacher for long. You see the children sitting in rows and the next row sitting behind the other row. It does not help. When I taught in a school in San Bernardino High School, the children were sitting in circles, a round table, and you have so many students sitting, and students were teaching students, and we have student leaders, and the students are able to understand instead of sitting in rows and copying from each other. The thing I have seen when I went to Rwanda, I was very, very impressed by the education system. Almost every student in Rwanda has a laptop. And even the Seychelles Islands, education is so different. What I'm saying here is that what they handed to us is centuries. And if we're still gonna use those centuries to educate our folks, that is gone. Because the people who handed us those educational systems, they are not using it no more. They have come up with different educational systems. Even if you look at the Italian Montessori system, where children are teaching children and raising leaders, that's fantastic. I came to Ghana and I established a school. You can find it online, Mission Africa Institute of Technology. And within 5 years, I trained over 10,000 people in Cisco. Everyone in my school, 99.9%, got jobs. Here we have people who are still using the old system in our best universities, as we call them, and they are still going around. They have files in their armpits looking for jobs, and they cannot be hired. Every year we have over 1 million Africans who graduate from different universities going around with their CVs and cannot find jobs because they keep studying the same old system. But if we look at other universities, you know, you heard of Massachusetts School of Engineering or Polytechnic. You've heard of all these schools, Pomona Tech, Pomona Technology. The things that they are learning is so different because they have moved away from the old century system and they have developed their own curriculum. So why can't we raise people? We know we have highly educated Nigerians, highly educated Ghanaians, highly educated people from Zimbabwe. A lot of people have PhDs. They are like the Jamaicans. Yet we still sit and use this old system that is not beneficial. And I will still come back and say that when I went to Rwanda and the Seychelles, they are using their indigenous language at least till you leave middle school. Then they use the Creole, the French, the English to mix. So the basis of their education is their own language because, you know, you've learned that language from the home. But, you know, the old system that the Europeans gave, they say don't speak vernacular. Why would you come to my country and tell me not to speak vernacular and not speak my own language? Even as we are sitting here on this panel, there's some things we cannot even describe in English. But if we have to speak it in Twi, in Yoruba, in Igbo, in Ashanti language, we will best be able to describe it. We cannot continue using the system that was handed over to us by the Europeans and the Americans. I went to school in America, but I made sure I searched and I chose what would help me. Why I got ahead? It's because I added skills. Those are the new innovations. They are skills. Let's go back to our villages in Africa, where they were using this basket weaving to even catch crabs in the river. Those are all designs. Our parents started with homemaking, seamstressing. Today we take it up from Paris, from Canada, and we call them designers and designing. This thing started from the home, and a lot of people have made a lot of money in that. The old system is over, and we cannot continue with that old system. Let us come and apply some of our basic knowledge, our basic languages, our basic Yoruba, Tree, Ashanti, to teach these children, and also teach some of this. Do you know dance? Dance, that is, even we look at as dance in Africa. People are using that to make lots of money overseas. And all these things are things that we have incorporated in our systems recently because they were not allowed. The old system, let us go around as we are sitting on this panel for our governments to know that we cannot go ahead and bring the same European and American system they have abandoned and continue to use them. It is to no credit. Some of it that is useful, we can maintain, but about 75%, we got to get rid of and incorporate our own African skills. Why is it that the Chinese are coming to Africa if it's that bad? If it's that bad, why are the Indians coming? If it's bad, we're not going there, they're coming because there's something very beneficial here. And until we like our own and promote our own, we're going to continue with this slavery mentality, what we call educational slavery. That's what we are carrying. And we need to get out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make a quick contribution, Ambassador, if I can. Because as an American, just listening to all the concerns, I think there's a couple ways that we need to strengthen the relationship. And first, I think, our universities need to partner with your universities to understand what are the training needs, right? And how can we share best practices, right? How can we better equip, whether that's through training and in funding, to help ensure that your teachers on the ground can provide the quality and there's funding opportunities to perhaps upscale pay. I think there's a conversation there. I think that also we've got to get more representatives from Africa, from countries, to be involved in the professional networks on the American side, similar to me, to hear what those needs are and to really strategize on how we can help, right? Even me thinking about some of the ways that I want to get more involved in Africa, just listening to some of the things that you guys are doing, I think that's very helpful. So I think that it's really important that we share best practices, we come up with agreements to where students can get educated from our universities through those types of programs, as well as they already are, but really strengthen that, upscale that, offer programs in countries as well. So I think there's time for us to really start to collaborate, have the discussion, share best practices, so that the goals of Africa in terms of improving in education can be obtained.
Absolutely. And thanks so much for that follow-up. Our final question for this session goes to Mr. Alabi. Mr. Alabi, my question is, what is the relationship between the public education and the jigsaw puzzle? How do we complete a piece that is yet to be unknown?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And one of the things that I've learned from this conversation is that we're all working to complete a piece of that puzzle. So Dr. Somni is doing really great work with bringing in Americans to also support African Americans to support the educational system. GDE is using technology to advance the educational system as well. That's like a piece of the puzzle. So everybody are coming together to complete a piece of the puzzle, and that's what GDE is saying about public-private partnership and also the work of the third sector as well. So when I talk about public education and the jigsaw puzzle, when you look at the jigsaw puzzle is like different pieces coming together to form a whole or to make a puzzle. And the truth is that when you look at education is just like a jigsaw puzzle, right? And this is the reason why I said it's a jigsaw puzzle. So you want a child to be able to solve problems and to be able to solve challenges. And to do that, especially a child from an underserved community or a child who have had a forced migration background, or for example, a refugee or asylum seeker, to help those child, different actors need to come together to support them. And one, first and foremost, the government needs to provide like qualitative education, right? By providing the atmosphere, the right classroom to teach. The teachers also in the classroom have to play their roles. That means that the teachers will be in the classroom and they have to teach, encourage the learners. They have to be like, they have to even go above and beyond to teach. Also, the NGOs also have to play their role, by providing alternative education. For example, technology education, providing them with 21st century skills. So the government also needs to open up to ensure that NGOs and private sectors can come into the education system to provide some of this support. One of the challenges with African educational system is that the education system is fragmented, right? If you want to go into some public schools, you have to struggle. You have to and there's a need. We can't work in embryos. We need to work together, right? We can't work in silos, rather. We need to work together to create that educational change. And that's what I mean by the jigsaw puzzle. Everybody coming together to support a child. Let me give you an example of a child that we supported, to write a JAMB in my NGO recently. You see, this child, she wants to write the JAMB, but we even enrolled her in a tutorial center. She doesn't even have the money to actually go to the tutorial center, right? And she doesn't even have the money to even go to a JAMB center. So we need to provide her the money, right? Our parents was not even interested in her education as well. The parents also being a part of the puzzle as well. So they are like, you don't need to go to education, you just need to get married, right? So again, opportunity cost for getting married is higher than even going to school, right? So again, the need for, to get, parents to be engaged, right? So again, parents playing a piece, of that jigsaw puzzle. And also the child, the readiness to learn. Because if the child is not interested in all the intervention, there's nothing that would happen. So the child also playing a role to complete the piece of the puzzle. So when you look at the jigsaw puzzle, it's different people coming together to support a child, to help a child to complete a puzzle that we don't even know. We don't know what the child will be in the future. We don't know what they will create. We don't know where they will go to. We don't know where they will lead. So everybody coming together, playing their role to complete a piece of the puzzle. And that's why I mentioned the jigsaw puzzle and public education. I think I'll have to stop here. Thank you.
That's a perfect way to end the session. I think the jigsaw puzzle is the ultimate solution to bringing education together as a community and collectively. We thank all of our panelists for joining us today on this session of improving access to the quality public education and boosting academic performance for the development of Africa. We thank you all for joining us here on the Power of Africa 2022. And we will see you all soon. Thanks a lot.
What a powerful panel. Discussion on education. The power of education can never be underestimated. The prosperity of Africa relies on educating the African child at an early age. Education truly is the main access to growth and development of the continent. Our next session is in the political sector. This session is titled Adopting People-Centered Strategies to Achieve Societal Transformation in Africa. We all know Africa will be a better continent if we truly adopt the people-centered strategies. I can't wait to hear the strategies these esteemed speakers have outlined. Hope you find this session insightful. Please tell me about it in the comment section.
Welcome to Power of Africa 2022 conference. My name is Ikedi Isiguzo from Abuja, Nigeria. I'm the moderator for the session on politics, and the topic today is adopting people-centered strategies for the development of Africa. I have two panelists. First, I'll introduce Mr. Kabala.
Thank you very much, Ikedi. My name is Kabala from DR Congo, speaking to you right now from South Africa. I'm community development strategist. I'm author of 2 books, Expropriation of the Mind Without Compensation and What Time Is It? The Question to the African Millennials. I'm a member of African Continental Unity Party, and I'm pleased to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Jide Johnson.
Thank you, Katie. And this is Jide Johnson from Lagos. I'm a teacher, an author, a public affairs and public policy analyst. It's a pleasure to be part and parcel of this conversation. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. We now go into our topic for today, which is adopting people-centered strategies for the development of Africa. And we are looking through the political perspective. First, I start with Mr. Kabala. When we hear words like strategies and so on, they sound so far from the people. Please, could you be very specific and maybe give us examples of those type of strategies that will help in development that will be people-centered, particularly in politics and the way it flows into economics and other areas of development?
Thank you very much for the question. Without going too much into philosophies of naming or describing strategies, as you said yourself, there are sometimes fancy words that our people at the grassroots level do not really grasp and cannot go by. And most of times, these words have been used to manipulate the minds of the people, and at the end, there's no results. But talking about strategy itself, like how we should go and what we should do to affect the solution to the situation that we are facing as African people, globally speaking, and most specifically in the continent, we need to look into a way of doing things that gives people the power that people need in order to change the reality. In other words, we have to come up with bottom-up development strategies or bottom-up development initiatives that will make people, or that will put people at the center of the agenda that the government has. One of the way to look at it is, for example, currently we have a system that appeals to people only once after every 5 years for elections, for people to vote, leaders who will go into power for the remaining 5 years or 7 years, according to whatever regime that is in place. However, what guides the country, or what leads the country, or what leads the nation is not necessarily the people we elect, but it's the quality of the decisions that those people take is what actually affects the nation in a profound way. And when we talk about democracy, it should involve that it should involve a certain thinking that obviously get people to decide whatever decision is there affects their lives. In other words, every decision that has an impact, positive or negative, in the life of the citizens, it must get those citizens involved in the designing and the structuring of that decision. So that is a way we can adopt as people-centered development strategies for a better Africa and for the future of Africa. So precisely this is what I'm saying. Let's say, for example, we vote or elect leaders to go into power. So when they go into power, in most cases, we know what happens is that they get to be bought by some institutions through lobbying organizations so that they can begin now implementing strategies, not strategies that are speaking to the needs of the people, but strategies that are actually favoring the neoliberal policies of globalism or globalization, and which has a devastating effect in the lives of everyday citizens of Africa. So one of the way we can challenge this situation, or we can change this status quo, is to come up with a new system or new strategies that put people at the center of decision making, in a way that all decisions that are being implemented, or before they get to be implemented, they must be submitted to the public votes. People have to get a chance to evaluate the decisions or the policy for development and understand both sides, negative and positive, of those policies before they get to be amended by whoever who is in charge to amend policies. So, and by coming up with these kind of strategies, we'll be able to put people back, in the driving seat of our nations and of our destinies. And in a sense, this is what we can call people-centered development, rather than a development that does not involve people or consult people, but impose people policies that in most cases have devastating effects on everyday lives of our people, as we are seeing it today in Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabala. Mr. Johnson, I think Mr. Kabala maybe didn't want to reveal the strategies so that these strategies should work against, will not go against them before we even come up with them. But the question I wanted to ask you is, within Africa, are there countries where you could give as examples of using people-centered strategies? If we don't have such examples, in which specific areas outside lawmaking, which the people themselves are not involved in, could we have those strategies?
Well, the starting point of democratic society is the party system. One of the areas in which we need to restructure is the structure of the party system. Now, the structure of party system in democracy means that power should come directly from the people, from the grassroots down to the top. But the structure we have in Africa is that power comes from the top to the bottom. So in essence, there's a structural defect. Those that ended up getting into public office tends not to know what the people actually want, because they think for the people, because the people are not part of the process. So my argument is this: one, there's a need for us, for example, before you are elected into office, before you become the prime minister in Great Britain, for example, you must be elected at your constituent level. You must be familiar with your constituent. And then you are elected into the parliament. From the parliament, the party that has the majority elects the prime minister from amongst themselves. Now that power comes directly from the people. Now, if you look at the American system, you go through the primaries election, you start at various levels, at various states, at various levels. But if you look at ours, in most cases, the structure of the party is controlled by one money bag or the other. As a result of that, the critical stakeholder in democracy are not involved. Now, if you check out the campaign structure, now the campaign structure does not traverse the length and breadth of the country like we used to have in the past. Rather, they will gather in one stadium, they will bring musicians. It's more of entertainment than people-oriented, whereby they can interface and interact with the people to get to know what the people actually want. So that is the first angle we need to look at it. If we continue with this system, with the present party structure we have, we still keep complaining about not having people center, because power does not really come from the people, it comes from the people at the top. Now, you recall an experience for us to have a people-centered oriented approach to governance was what we had during the transition under Babangida administration, where you had option A4, whereby the selection process of people start from the basic unit of the political ladder, which is the ward where you elect councillor. Now, for you to become the president, you must first and foremost be elected at your ward. Then from your ward, you move to your local government, which is the second level. From your local government, you move to your state, and from the state, you come to the national state. Now, at that level, you've been tried and tested at 4 levels. 4 levels of governance: the local, the ward, which is the smallest unit where you have a councillor, the local government, where you have a mayor or a chairman, the state, where you have a governor, and the federal. At that level, there's no way you assume leadership without having any interface with the people. There's a disconnect with the kind of structure we have. So for me, for us to really have a people-centered public policy, public administration, we need to look at the structure of our party system in Africa, and we need to let a lot of people to be involved. For example, if you go to the United States, or if you become a United States citizen, you either register to be a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. It is required for you. Now, we don't have that system that gives the people a sense of belonging to identify with parties at various levels. So that's the starting point for me.
Okay, Mr. Kabala, when Mr. Johnson spoke, I was looking at the very words they use elsewhere. We also use them. We have primaries, we have people elected, we go through those processes. And then he mentioned what Nigeria tried to do, the option A4, going from your ward all the way to the national, which was stopped, not surprisingly, because the people do not make the law. In the process you have, you elect someone, he goes to the parliament and he makes the law. And most of the people making the laws make the laws to protect themselves, which is why you say every 5, 7 years, 4, depending on what operates in each country, that's the only time they come back to the people. What strategies can we have used to have them in check? Particularly in some countries, those people live in the capitals. They don't go back to those same people who elected them.
Well, I think the first step to have this kind of transformation is a revolution, because revolution is all about value system change. We must understand that almost all the states on the continent of Africa are the copycats of European states. These are the states that were not formed by African people. They were inspired, instructed, and formed by European powers, and they are still functioning as extension of European powers to hold, Africa in the condition of underdevelopment where Africa remains up until today. So we cannot believe really that systems that were inspired by other people, structured by other people, and designed by other people based on their social environment conditions and their political ambitions will solve our problems as African people today, looking at our own social environment conditions and problems that we are facing as Africa. So I think a revolution is the first step to overthrow the very, fundamental of the system that is in place right now, so that we can eventually give power back to the people. Because the reality is the same one that we sometimes try to ignore, is that our current states, just as Johnson said, our current states or governments or structures were designed, created by powerful people for the protection of their own power and the stabilization of their own position. It wasn't created for the poor people or for the common citizens, because every time powerful people come together, they firstly discuss how to keep their power intact and how to keep on, dominating the structures that are in place. So if we as a people at the grassroots levels want to seize the power and to change things, we need to obviously overthrow the system, or we have to shut the power of the system or the structure of the system. And that's where we call about revolution, or we call for revolution. Until we do that, we were never going to be able to come up with the strategies that put people at the center of development techniques. So once we have restructured the system, we will be able then to begin looking into how we can make sure that all the amendments must be approved by the citizens, because they get to be approved by the president or the prime minister, whoever who is in charge, to to amend whatever policy or regulations that come up, because we as a citizen, we are the ones who live with those things and their effects. Therefore, we need to be given a voice. And that is actually the true democracy, because what we have now is a good definition of democracy, but we have never had a democracy in practice and how it should be. And if we want to do this, because I do refer to your first question as to what country where we have seen, a kind of a people-centered democracy, I'm sure we might have few. If at my knowledge, there's no one country that has a very, very profoundly people-centered democratic system that gives more power to the people than to than putting people under subjection of of the elites. So we need to begin without even looking at what the US has done, what France has done, because all those countries are living in a different environment and different society. a different culture. So if we have to come up with this kind of system as African people, we don't have to look at who has done it first of all. We need just to do it because it's something that we believe can give us power and can change our situation.
Thank you very much, Kabbalah. What keeps coming up is how to get power back to the people, mobilize them, whether through the party system or through other means, maybe civil society groups and so on. But listening to Mr. Johnson, what struck me was the issue of money. Those who have the money take the power. Those who have the power also use it to get money. And in the process, we have elections and democracies where people are pushed further to the fringes. So which strategy can we use to counter the power of money in politics?
Well, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do with respect to countering the power of money in politics. Check, even from Western democracy, from liberal democracy, is the power of the money. Check whoever wins the presidential election in America is the person that outspent the other, with the exception of Donald Trump's election in 2016. So money, that's the unfortunate thing with liberal democracy, because it requires a lot of funding. It requires a lot of funds for you to prosecute election, whether in Africa or I think one aspect that we need to look at is to look at which system better suits us. We will have an adoption of liberal democracy with African traditional system, whereby we have an incorporation of our African traditional values, probably the rule of whereby we give some measure of authority, semblance of authority and recognition to traditional rulers. For example, Nigeria, we deceive ourselves, calling ourselves a federal republic. And calling ourselves a republic is a contraption. That's not in a republic. You don't have any other authority except the public. Power belongs to the people. But in Nigeria, you have traditional rulers, and somehow they are recognized constitutionally within the local government structure. Do we need to have beyond having House of Rep? Do we need to have House of Chiefs, so that the traditional rulers that divinely, according to African belief system, are appointed will have some measure of representation, and then they can represent the people, because the present democratic structure which we have requires a lot of resources, and the people cannot afford that resources, and that choice is being limited with the various policies of those that have been opportune to seize power. They perpetuate poverty with their various policies, and they perpetuate poverty for a period of time, and they come at the end of every electoral cycle giving crumbs to the people, because the people have become impoverished. So they give them crumbs, and they use campaign rhetoric, they use the tricks in marketing communication, and they bring it to political communication, and they manipulate the people, and in the process, they perpetuate themselves in power. If you take a classic overview of the people that have been in power in Nigeria or in Rwanda, or across in Uganda, or in Democratic Republic of Congo, where Kabbalah is from, you still see that it is the same political class that are just recycling themselves because they have access to power. And I think that the structure we need to look at is, okay, if you have tried, let's have a mixture of Western democracy with our own African traditional system, whereby, okay, we have House of Chiefs, each community has their own traditional rulers that is appointed, each community has their own checks and balances. I can tell you for a fact that when you look at the Oyo Empire, the old Oyo Empire, the Alaafin of Oyo, or the Olubadan of Ibadan, or the Ooni of Ife, he has chiefs. There are some control mechanism within the system, and it's cut across the length and breadth, whereby you have checks and balances on the power of the king, who does not have absolute power that the present executive in modern day government have now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kabbalah, I'll go back to you. Okay, you could start from what you wanted to say, but let me ask this question. When you spoke of revolution, what came to my mind is not some bloody, some people be on the street looking for blood and so on, because that could also flip. I think maybe you were talking of new ideas, new ways of getting people to commit to doing things differently from how they are doing it now. But while we are at that, there is the immediate issue of hunger, which Mr. Johnson had mentioned. I mean, people are so poor that they don't even believe they're part of government. And any election cycle is an opportunity to get whatever they can from as many of those people as they can and let them just go on to do their own things. How do we counter this?
Okay. Before I get there, something to what Ms. Johnson said, because I think it's fundamentally important. Look at the nature of current politicians that we have in Africa. They are the people who started, for example, from Harvard. They started from, from Lisbon, from Europe, to be more precise. And we know that education is a creation. Education is actually the second identity that we have. The education that you have or that you go through gives you a second identity or second nature as a human being. And you now think and process information, do everything based on what you have been given as education, because education is some four principle, four purpose. One is to teach you about your environment. The second one is to give you the tools that you need to affect your environment. The third one is to socialize you with your fellow citizen, and the fourth one is actually to give you a kind of ideology of a patriot. So now, if you study in Harvard, in Paris, in a foreign country or in the West, and you come to Africa, you're now a minister of so and so, and you see in most African countries, the traditional chief are actually undermined. In most cases, like in Ghana, they don't have, constitutionally, they don't have power to say anything on or about politics. They have to stay behind. And now those who are running states are these people who have studied in foreign institutions where the environment is completely different from the African environment where they are supposed to be operating. This already tells you the result that we cannot expect a meaningful result from this kind of politics or this kind of system that we are having in place now, which is alienated our politicians and brought those politicians into power to lead us where we are not even aware of, to a place where we are not even aware of. So now, how do we change this? Is revolution. Now, coming back to your question of how do we start with revolution? Well, revolution, first of all, is not about even going down the streets and asking for things, because when you go down the streets, sometimes, or in most cases, we make demands. And those demands have to be fulfilled by other people. And therefore, we're giving the power to those people to whom we are making demands, for our demands to be met. But revolution starts firstly with the minds. What is happening in the minds of African men? What is happening in the minds of African child? And that comes down to the point of education that we are receiving now in Africa. Is this education really making us tools of the capitalist production, or is this education making us people in charge of their destiny to critically analyze the system that we have and come up with new ideas, if you have rightly put it, that can eventually lead our nations where we are supposed to go? Because Africa, we consider Africa as a nation at a stage of foundation, at a stage of actually construction. And every nation at this stage of construction needs more thinkers than doers, needs more philosophers, need more thinkers, so that they can obviously think and come up with ideas over which the society can be built. At this stage, we need more thinkers who can come up with philosophies over which engineers can work, over which scientists can work, in order for Africa to become what it's supposed to be. But these thinkers cannot be copycat of Western thinkers or of Western civilization. They should be African thinkers. Therefore, we need more of traditional chief, in the political arena of Africa, if we really want Africa to be what we want it to be. So now talking about food crisis and all these challenges, economic challenges that we want, there are a lot of things that we can do collectively as African people to bring about change. But we have just to begin by understanding that those things must start with revolution. Without revolution, nothing will change. And revolution means not necessarily bloody things, but revolution means actually the change of values. What kind of values are governing our society? That's the question.
Thank you very much. when you speak, Mr. Kabbalah, when you speak of studying in foreign institutions, I know we have great universities, Lusaka, Nairobi, whether in Kampala, Dakar, Legon, and the numerous universities in Nigeria. And some of them are just slightly younger than our independence. So they've produced thousands of people who you think maybe should think differently. But though I think the issue is more about the curriculum, the second one is also the character of people, how people use power. But Mr. Joseph, I was going to get back to you. At the level of people, because the issue of poverty we mentioned, I mean, it's not going away. It gets worse each time. And then as the politicians keep away from the people, because that's what they do mostly until the elections, what the people then do is once they see them, they try to get what they can from them as much as possible. At the level of mobilizing people, what do we tell them? At the level of mobilizing people, how do we educate them to know that they have the power we are talking about?
Now that's what the Power of Africa and other advocacy group is all about. It's about education, sensitization, and mobilization of the citizen. It's about empowerment. It's about letting them know that it is important for them to take over power. And I can tell you there are changes taking place. There are changes, you might not see it now, but it's evolutionary. I can tell you for a fact, the electoral process has started in Nigeria. By the end of this month, the primaries will have been concluded for various offices for the main election. But I can tell you that in some states in Nigeria, some candidates, some elected officials have been chased away by the people. They've been sent, some have been stoned, some have been molested, some have been harassed by the people.
Sorry, it looks like Mr. Johnson is off, but until he's back, Mr. Kabbalah, if you will come in maybe and start your closing remarks. But I'm also looking at the strategies we're talking about. How can the social media help? How can the village voices we used to have help? Thank you. Mr. Johnson, I'll get back to you after Mr. Kabbalah. Sorry, I think you're back. Yes, Mr. Kabbalah.
The first thing is to begin by touching on that curriculum that you spoke about for education, because as I said, education is the preparation of the future generation. We cannot expect Africa to be better one day only by prayer or by hoping, because hope does not change things until actions are implemented. Prayer as well is not, an input in the construction of a nation. Choices that we make every day, the quality of those choices is what actually build the nation, is what actually determines whether our nation as African nation is going to be a nation of failure or is going to be a nation of successful people. So we need to begin by raising a level of consciousness that is needed for actions to begin be implemented. So that's where we begin. Social media needs to be involved, but we need to understand also that the powerful media in the world today are owned by the people who never wanted power to be with the masses. It's part of elite system to control the thinking of people and actions of the people. So we need to come up with our own media system and value them. If possible, we can still go back to our traditional media system as African people and value them, so that through those medias, we can get our message, because this kind of message is not going to be accepted through the mainstream media. That's the fact. So, but it's a struggle. It's never going to be easy. The point is, when should we begin, and how should we begin, and are we ready to begin? That's the question. And if we answer those questions positively, I think the way forward will be much easier. But as to answer the question in nutshell, I would say mobilization and raising the level of consciousness among the African people, removing most of us from the distraction of the music, dancing, because now when you go to the social media, as you said, you will see that many African people, especially young people, are not interested in politics. While the politics is the core of every society, we are not really interested into that. You will see that young people are dancing, young people are singing, into the music, into sports. We are now a kind of generation that worship those who are using their physical bodies than those who are using their mental faculties. So we need to kind of change that reality before we begin even to see a significant change actually taking place in our everyday life. Thank you.
Well, the changes start from the secondary school. We start from secondary school, from people from ages 14 and above. We begin the sensitization. We go to the university system. We work with the student union organization in the university system. We talk to this upcoming generation. We might have lost hope with people 30 years and above, but why can't we target the people that are first-time voters, people that are 16 now, between 16 and age 20? That should be our target. That should be our focus. We must be strategic, and we started on the strategic. We must be strategic in that approach. Once we educate their minds from secondary school to the university system, and we have community engagement, national engagement, that consciousness will be created. And once that consciousness is created, we might not witness it, but the upcoming generation will begin to seize power, because power has been taken away from us by the money bags. But if we educate and encourage the younger generation, they will seize the power. That is the kind of revolution we should be looking out for. And I can assure you, anyone that wants to come to power, we base this program on people-centered programs. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabala. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Let's keep these conversations going. And we're looking at adopting strategies that are people-centered, strategies that come from development in politics and economics that look at the people for the development of our continent. Thank you so much. And this came to you from the Power of Africa 2022 conference. And this is the session of politics. My name is Ikedi Isiguzo. I moderated the session. And it's our pleasure to have had you watching us, listening. Please, let's keep the conversations going on the social media, on our platforms. Together, we can get our continent better than it has ever been. Thank you very much.
It was a powerful politics session. One of the strategies that got my attention is how everyone involved in politics should adopt a people-centered development, where citizens are involved in every decision that impacts the people. Thank you, Mr. Kabala from Congo. We need to put people in the center of the decision. Africa truly needs a revolution. Our next session is in the energy sector. This session is titled Maximizing and Expanding the Opportunities for Sustainable Energy in Africa. I can't wait to listen to what our panelist has to say in this session. I'll be right back after this moment.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining the Power of Africa Conference 2022. My name is Obed Dube. I'm the director of Norbit. We are a green energy company based in South Africa, and I'll be the moderator for today's session, which is Power of Africa Conference Energy panel session. On the panel, I'll be joined by two guests. I shall call their names and give them some time to introduce themselves. The first member we have on our panel is Dominique.
Thank you so much, Obed, for having me, and I'm so happy to be on today's panel. My name is Dominica Una. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the program manager for SC Wind Group. SC Wind Group is an indigenous renewable energy company in Nigeria, and I'm also the state coordinator for Women in Renewable Energy Association. And also, I'm a PhD student in Petroleum and Gas Engineering, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Thank you for having me once again.
Thank you very much. The next member of our panel is Tokoloho.
Hi, Obed. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tokoloho Petla. I'm from South Africa. I'm the CEO of a company called Solaris SA. We're an IPP, an independent power producer, with over 10,000 megawatts of energy assets in our portfolio. I look forward to having this discussion, and thank you for having me again on the conference.
Thank you very much. As your moderator today, I'll have a couple of questions that I'll ask each and every one of you, but I welcome, should you have anything to add on to the question or the answer, by all means, please do. So the first question will be directed to Dominica, and the question is, what are the challenges of developing sustainable energy in South Africa? Hi,
Thank
Dominica.
you for that question. Yes, you can hear me now, right? So
Yes.
I will start by saying that energy is an important aspect of any nation's economy. You know, when you're talking about sustainable energy, it borders on three major aspects, which is the social, economic, and environmental aspects. So these three aspects play an important role in any nation's economic growth. In terms of Africa, statistics shows that about 600 million people do not have access to energy, to electricity. That is just normal electricity statistics. And then bringing back home to Nigeria, we have so many communities in my country at the moment where they haven't experienced electricity. They are not even entitled to any national grid, so they don't have access to electricity. And this has introduced a lot of issues in the national economy, ranging from poverty, loss of lives, and well-being of people in those communities. So these are lots of issues that are caused by not having access to electricity. So what are the challenges that are really stopping people or us from attaining sustainable energy in Africa? One of those things I'll talk about is infrastructural development. We do not have good infrastructural development in Africa to enable good sustainable energy development. We also do not have good policies in place. And some of the policies we have are not properly implemented. I'll use Nigeria as an example. We have lots of policies, climate change policies, lots of energy bills and all of that, but they are not properly implemented. Another challenge we are facing currently in Africa would be financing and investment. So when it comes to financing, I think we still lag behind in Africa. And currently we spend so much money in fuel subsidy in Africa. I think about roughly $26 million per year.
But if that money were to be moved from fossil fuel development to sustainable energy development, I think it will help a lot. So I think those are the three major challenges we have: infrastructural development, policy reforms, and financial problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So before I ask the question, Tokolokhov, the topic for today's session is maximizing and expanding the opportunities for sustainable energy in South Africa. Now, coming to South Africa, for example, energy is not stable, which is resulting in load shedding. So how do you think, as a country, South Africa, how do you think, what are the ways for them to actually create sustainable energy, and not just in South Africa, but section B of the question would be in Africa as a whole?
Thanks for the question, Obed. Look, you're right. I think energy stability is a problem across Africa in general, or at least the countries I've been to in Africa. Let me not generalize. But we do have an energy stability issue where energy supply is not consistent, which obviously impacts businesses and economic growth. I feel that the solution, as an IPP, the solution I think is twofold. I think number one, we need to be comfortable with an energy mix in Africa. We can't, like in South Africa, we can't rely only on fossil fuels. Coal. And we kind of need to now be aggressive about introducing an energy mix onto the grid. But secondly, we need to expand our grid. So in South Africa specifically, not only do we have a shortage of energy supply, but our infrastructure to just distribute and transmit energy is also a problem. And we have coal plants that are reaching nearing the end of their lifespan in South Africa as well. So, the issue is really a layered issue. But I do feel, I never used to support the privatization of Eskom, for example. Eskom is our, main power generator in South Africa. I do believe privatization of energy is the way to go. Why? Because international investors don't trust the government. So because of the perception of corruption, and I'm saying it's the perception, I don't have an opinion about it, but the perception of corruption causes international investors not to trust that if they give government money to develop energy infrastructure, they won't use it for that. And number two, they struggle to collect revenue. So in South Africa, it's a big problem where municipalities don't collect electricity revenue. They owe Eskom hundreds of millions of rands, and they're not making money. They basically broke. But if you were to privatize that energy infrastructure in the municipality and put it in our hands, number one, we'll be able to attract way more investment than a municipality or local government institution, because we have all the incentive to make sure that we collect our revenue from people that we're selling electricity to. And I think that will solve the problem. I do feel that energy should be privatized so that the prices are also more competitive. And business is definitely a better vehicle to raise finance than a municipal or local government institution. You're on mute, Obed. You're on mute.
Thank you very much. Dominique, do you want to add on to the answer?
Yes, I think he made a valid point. Adding to what he said, I would like to see more in-country collaborations. Like if you go to the fossil fuel industry, to the oil and gas industry. Of course, I've worked in the oil and gas industry before. You see there's a lot of collaboration between companies and all of that. But if you are coming to the renewable energy industry, a lot of people seem to be doing different things, on their own. There is no collaboration, there is no synergy. So if there is more synergy between companies, I think we can actually achieve a lot, because Africa has enormous renewable energy sources ranging from solar. We have good sunlight, to wind, to hydropower, and all of that. So what we just need to do is to come together and have a good value chain, like a sustainable value chain between companies. I think that can work.
So the question then, which I have for you, Dominica, is how do we maximize the use of sustainable energy?
Okay, I think I still have to go back to policy reforms. I tell you, this is very important. Renewable energy is quite new in Africa, and we have to reform our policies. We have to make sure that we set policies that allow investors to really do what they are meant to do. If the policies are not right, investors won't be able to develop. I'm speaking from an angle of a developer, where you have to invest a lot of money. But then again, if your country's policies are not right for you, you stand a chance of losing your investment. So the government have a lot of work to do in this regard. And talking about non-governmental support, there has to be public-private synergy. These two people have to come together to support the government in this regard. And I also want to talk about one thing that is very important: capacity development. Yes, I think most schools in Africa do not have a curriculum that tackles renewable energy. Yeah, I can boldly say that. In STV group, we have an institute, STV Energy Institute, that we are just starting. We just got accreditation, where we are going to start from the grassroots to develop capacity in renewable energy. So this is another aspect that we in Africa have to look at, because no matter how much we are bringing, if we do not have the skilled workforce to carry out this installations and development, everything is going to crash. If you're looking at the petroleum industry, it's been developed over the years. You have good capacity over the years. So this is another aspect that we have to look into. The government have to look into. The private institutions have to look into. We have to invest in research in this area, because we are rich enough. We have the resources. We need enough skill in this area. It's relatively new. I can boldly say that it's relatively new. And if we are not careful enough, we'll have foreigners take over what belongs to us, the way they hijacked the oil and gas industry. I always say this: if we are not careful enough, they are going to hijack the industry. And these are some of the things we need to do. We need to create more awareness on the use of renewable energy, because some people, especially in Nigeria, still feel that renewable energy is expensive. So we need to create more awareness to get buy-in from these people, because we are doing this project for the people in the communities. We want to really serve those that are in the communities that do not really have access to electricity majorly. Like in a state where I'm currently located, there are so many communities who do not have access to power supply, and those are the people like my organization is looking at, to serve the underserved. So we need to create more awareness to make them understand that renewable energy is not as expensive as they think. So I think we need to also look at new technologies and market trends. So those are the things I feel we should look at. Thank you. Sorry, Obed, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's my network, but I can't hear you.
No, Dominic, I think no, it's not. It's yeah. I agree. So what you're doing is quite
Tokologo,
interesting,
can you
though. Hey,
hear
so
me?
yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm saying what you're doing is quite interesting, hey Dominic. So are you taking energy to rural areas, or you're training people there to become instead installers of solar panels and so on?
Yes, we do installation. We do mini grid installations. We do solar home systems, and we also have a training institute where we train people in solar photovoltaic installations, and we also help women, especially in the rural areas. We train them on solar entrepreneurship and all of those stuff. And currently, we're about to start a national innovation diploma in September, where we'll be admitting people to start from the grassroots. And I also want to add to what Obed asked me. We need to also look at the clean cooking imperative, not just the lighting. You know, when we are talking about sustainable energy development in Africa, we have to also look at the clean cooking. This is where a lot of women are suffering, you know, because they are cooking from a source that is not clean. So this can actually help. If we can look at empowering women in this area, it will really help a lot of rural women and also improve our national economy if more women go into these kind of businesses, because it directly impacts them.
Sure.
Thank you very much for that. And from your side, Tokolo, how do you think we maximize the use of sustainable energy?
I mean, you know, I think Dominica covered many of the points of what needs to be done. So, I mean, for example, in South Africa, we have this ridiculous law that was passed by, I don't know, honestly, I don't know what they were thinking, is we're not allowed to build projects that are more than 100 megawatts, you know, for example. So now if you have a 2000 megawatt project, you kind of have to either apply for a special license or you need to build 20 100 megawatt projects, each of them treating them separately. So I mean, laws like that are just ridiculous. You know, on one hand, you have the Minister of Energy telling us that we need 50,000 megawatts on the grid. On the other hand, someone is passing a law that says you can't develop more than 100 megawatts of projects. You know, for example, so I think there's no consistency in policy. For whatever reason, I don't think it's because we have dumb politicians or leaders. I just think there's too many interests flying around, you know, where people are have a historical benefit from coal supply agreements. They don't want to see coal go. In South Africa, particularly, we have unions who are very strong about their workers at coal mines. And they feel that with the introduction of renewable energy, there will be a loss of jobs at the coal mines. So that type of thinking is what is stifling, you know, the rollout of renewable energy, particularly in South Africa. I mean, you know, for every megawatt, for example, for every 100 megawatt of a solar PV plant or a farm, there'll be about 12 to 24 permanent jobs that are created from that, you know, that will last for 25-year life cycle, which is the duration of a typical solar plant. So they have to, you know, people just have to understand that the net effect on jobs will almost actually be zero, you know, but there will be a great positive impact on the environment, and electricity will also be cheaper. You know what I mean? So we compare our rates with Eskom. We can supply electricity at way cheaper tariffs than Eskom. So in South Africa, Eskom will sell a kilowatt hour maybe for 120, 140. We can sell it for 90 cents, 80 cents. You know, and so electricity, for example, in South Africa has become very expensive, you know, and unaffordable to people because of the thinking I mentioned, the coal supply agreements, you know, and all of that. So I think, you know, Dominica covered it. We really need, from a regulation point of view, politicians and government need to be serious that they want renewable energy. I mean, just to give you one last example in closing, is that, you know, in South Africa, if you have a PPA with a municipality, it really counts for nothing. Like, those PPAs are not bankable. These municipalities are broke. They don't even pay ESCOM. So even if they sign an offtake with you for your solar project, banks and international investors have grown to realize that it means nothing. So, I mean, we're getting to a point where signing an offtake with a government institution means nothing. I mean, that's a huge problem. So our PPAs, for example, you know, we just focus on supplying directly to mines and large power users, because we have the problem now that municipality PPAs don't unbankable. So I think from that point of view, you know, I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again, because I really do think it's a game changer to privatize electricity distribution at a municipal level. So if I own infrastructure in Sandton, let's say it's mine, I buy it from the government, I'll have all the incentive to make sure that it's state of the art, number one, and I'll make sure that I generate enough electricity to supply the Sandton area, because I want to make money. You know, I want to maximize profits and create jobs. And I'll make sure that I collect my money. So if you don't pay me for my electricity, I'll invest in systems to make sure that I collect my money, I measure it. You know, whereas municipalities right now, for example, in South Africa, don't have that incentive. You know, we don't have smart meters. They can't even measure properly how much you're consuming. Then they can't collect. So, I mean, it's a bit of a mess in that area. So I think if we resolve the regulatory issues, as Dominica mentioned, and we consider privatization of electricity distribution, I really believe that will solve the problem.
Thank you for that. Then a follow-up question for you, Tokolo, would be, in general, like, do you think Africa in general is struggling to attract foreign investment into sustainable energy projects?
Yes, definitely, yeah. And I think it's for the same reasons as here, is that, I mean, Dominica can shed more light. But for example, I used to run a media business in Nigeria as an example. And it's the same in South Africa, same situation. And I know that if people don't pay me up front, I may not be paid sometimes, you know, for example. And it's the same here. It's not a Nigeria thing. I can't generalize and say it's Africa, because I haven't been to all the countries. But definitely the ones I have been to in my media business days, there's just an issue with credibility of government paying you, you know, and that basically is the huge barrier, because you can do your EIAs and you can get a PPA and you can develop the project and get the land. But when an international funder sees that your client is the government, you know, they hesitate that, are we actually even going to get paid here? So, I mean, that's an issue. It's a procurement and payment issue. And I think broadly, that's the challenge that most of us have as in Africa, you know, trying to play in the space and introduce renewable energy. But Dominica can shed more light as well. Maybe I'm making presumptions.
No, you're actually not making presumptions. I think you said it the way it is. Credibility is very important. You know, having international investors, they are not directly coming to give developers money. They will have to pass through the formal institutions like the commercial banks, and getting money from commercial banks is actually very difficult, because of course they want to get their money back to be able to pay back whatever investment is made, and then they raise the bar. You know, this industry is young, especially in Africa. How many developers do you expect to have to meet targets that they are looking for? And most of the times, even for the ones that meet, especially in Nigeria here, we have just a few organizations that sometimes meet these criteria, but then again, they end up giving the money to for other things, you know, and it doesn't really come to the renewable energy. So it's difficult. So it takes me back to what he talked about credibility, and also corruption plays a big role. Sorry to say that we are in Africa, so it's a huge aspect of everything, you know, where money is given for renewable energy projects and is diverted to other investments. So it cripples the renewable energy industry. So if we have to do this, we have to do this right, starting from the top. So if investment is coming in for renewable energy projects, we should make sure that we follow it up to demand that it's given for renewable energy projects. Once this money is given to commercial banks, there is no guarantee that the developers are going to get it. So there must be a body or some kind of monitoring and evaluation team to make sure that whatever money is coming in for financing renewable energy projects is used for renewable energy projects. So that can actually help. And then taking my points back to what Tokologo said, sometimes if you are doing investments with your money, you know, there's so much insecurity in Africa. I'm still basing my judgment in Nigeria. There are some communities you go to develop projects and you are not able to get back your money because of insecurities. Yes, you can finish a project today, go back tomorrow, and you can't access the project's location. So all of that hinder renewable energy development projects. So we have to make sure that these issues are sorted if we must maximize the use of sustainable energy for African growth. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess you also touched on how can we actually improve in terms of getting attracting foreign investment. So from your side, Tokolo, what do you think we can actually do in general in Africa, South Africa, since you are based there, to attract more foreign investment into sustainable energy projects?
Well, I think the first one, it will kind of tie into what I previously said, but the first one, when you do your offtake agreements and PPAs, just try to do it directly with large power users. You can't depend on a government offtake. So that's kind of the number one and biggest thing that I've noticed. As soon as your offtakes are with private companies that are established, you know, if you have an offtake with Anglo American, no one is gonna doubt that Anglo American can pay you, you know, as an example. So I think that's number one. Make sure you do offtakes with credible companies with a balance sheet. And then I think number two, which is probably a more tedious process, but it's doable, is that as IPPs, we also need to start trying to apply for power generation licenses. So for example, there's a company in South Africa, you know, called PowerX. They're able to generate, they have a license to generate electricity similar to Eskom, but it's restricted to about 20,000 megawatts. So they are allowed to generate and distribute electricity directly onto the grid, you know, up to 20,000 megawatts though. So I think more of us need to go into that space to apply to be power generators as well, so we can all decrease our dependence on state-owned entities, you know, in South Africa, similar like Eskom. And then in that case, when we do a renewable energy project, our own power generating companies can give us offtakes, you know, for example. So instead of having an offtake with Eskom, you have an offtake with a private company that's a power generator, and which has a better balance sheet and better corporate governance than what government entities do. So I think that can largely help attract more investment to renewable energy projects.
Thank you very much. Then before we close, I wanted to ask first you, Dominica, are there any closing remarks that you want to share with the viewers?
Thank you. I think I would go back to oil and gas, because Africa is highly dominated by oil and gas. We are oil and gas, like Nigeria. We are one of the largest producers. So when you're talking about renewable energy, people are looking at you like, what do you mean? Do you want us to leave our oil in the ground? They are not looking at the negative impact of oil and gas. Of course, I've been in the oil and gas industry for a while. I'm currently doing a PhD, so in petroleum and gas engineering, and I know the negative impact. And I live in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. If you have heard of Port Harcourt, is the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, where we have a lot of pollution caused by oil and gas. So this pollution affects the health of people. We have what is termed black soot. If you go on Google and just type black soot, you see that the whole of Port Harcourt is covered in soot. So these and some other things make oil and gas, detrimental, and we should focus on moving towards a cleaner source. So we need to raise more awareness, make people understand that we need to move to a cleaner source for our health, number one. Number two, for the growth of the nation and the continent, and to mitigate climate change, because that is the focus right now. The world is changing from unclean sources. We need to move to the cleaner sources to be able to keep the earth, because at the end of the day, we need to protect this earth. If anything happens to it, where are we going to? This is our home. We need to protect it. And one of the things we need to do is to make sure that we have a clean source of energy. So we need to create more awareness on the use and transition from unclean source to a cleaner source of energy in Africa.
Thank you very much for that. As you point out oil, I've just received a question, and the question is, how can be independent of oil utilization? So Tokolo, you may start with the answer, and Dominique, you may follow up with that. How can Africa be independent of oil utilization?
All right. Look, so, maybe it's my way of thinking, but I'm just someone that really believes people respond to incentives, so we can tell people not to use oil, but if there's no incentive why they shouldn't use it, they're never going to stop. Like no one really responds to issues of wanting to save the environment, and it's unfortunate, but it's just the truth. They don't care. If they cared, they would have stopped already. So I think there on that level to kind of motivate business people and these large oil corporations like Shell, BP, to move away from oil, you have to incentivize them to move towards renewable energy, whether it's through tax breaks, however we do it, but there has to be a clear incentive. And I think with incentive, we'll see the behavior changing. But asking them to stop using oil and lose out on the billions of dollars that they're used to making every year just to save whales in the Atlantic Ocean, they're not gonna do that. That's not a pitch that works. So I think that's primarily government's role. They need to introduce huge incentives, because if the big players do it, then it becomes mainstream. But we're doing it as well. All of us, Dominica included, and others like us across Africa. I do think the momentum is picking up, and I don't think necessarily we'll ever get rid of oil unless it becomes unfashionable to do so. And it can only be unfashionable to do so if government introduces policies that make it unfashionable to do so. But that's literally the only way it will happen. If it becomes less profitable because government introduces heavy fines or taxes if you do oil, if you're still mining oil and selling oil, And if there's high import-export tariffs on oil, for example, then people will stop doing it. Like no one wants to do something to lose money, and then they'll move to renewable energy. It's that simple. You just have to make oil to no longer be as lucrative of an industry as it is now. And I really believe that's the only solution, because personally as well, if I owned an oil company and someone comes and I'm making billions of dollars a year and someone says, yeah, but you're destroying the planet, please stop. Like I won't. If that's the pitch, I'm not gonna do it, and that's why people are not responding. Despite the United Nations resolutions, people are still doing oil, they're still emitting fossil fuels, we're still doing coal, albeit in South Africa. Why? Because it's profitable, it's creating jobs. No president is gonna stop coal in South Africa because they don't wanna cause a national strike of all coal workers for like months. So, even though it should be stopped, it just won't happen unless it becomes less profitable. I think that's how we do it.
Thank you very much. And Dominica, any comments on the question?
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I agree with Toku, but the the aspect where you said nobody would want to do that for environment, I think I totally disagree, because I personally left the oil and gas industry. I did that to renewable energy because of the pollution I'm currently experiencing in Port Harcourt. So I think if we create more awareness about these issues, for instance, there's sometimes some places in Nigeria where you have about 46 degrees Celsius, which was never so. We have extreme weather conditions, and people keep asking what are the causes of these things, and most people do not know that it's the negative impact of that is climate change, and it's caused by the things we do, especially in the energy industry. So I think awareness is really important. Let people understand the damage they are causing on the planet Earth. Adding to what you said, the government needs a lot of work. They need to do a lot of work, by reforming policies and giving infrastructural support. And as well, I think the level of investment that is required to achieve a universal access to energy in sub-Saharan Africa is about $27 billion per year. And we spend about $26 billion in subsidy regarding fossil fuels. So if peradventure, they remove the subsidy, that could actually help a lot. If they stop fossil fuel subsidy, that's about $26 billion, and move it to finance and renewable energy investment, I think that could actually help. So the government still have a lot of work to do, and we as individuals, we have a lot to do. For us to sit on this panel today, we are trying to educate the public that sustainable energy is the way forward for Africa. Forget they've already taken the oil and gas, the fossil fuel industry, but we as Africans can hold on to this industry and make it work for us.
Thank you very much for that. Tokolo, Dominica, thank you very much for today's session. And thank you everyone for joining today's Power of Africa Conference Energy panel section with the topic of maximizing and expanding the opportunity of sustainable energy in Africa. I would like to thank each and every one of you and have a good day. Thank you.
This was the needed discussion. Energy stability is a big issue in Africa. Two key points I took from these sessions are privatization of energy and in-country collaboration should be something Africa should look into. Hope you all enjoyed the energy session and are enjoying, of course, the conference so far. Thank you once again to all the esteemed panelists for sharing so much insights. Coming up next is our technology panel.
Hello, welcome to the Power of Africa 2022. My name is Efosa Abel Omwebi, and I'm your host for today's discussion. I am a senior software engineer and architect from Nigeria with over 17 years of programming experience. I enjoy using technology to deliver solutions to companies of various sizes. I also have remarkable guests sitting on this panel with me to discuss our topic, harnessing tech to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our guest to this panel. So I'd like to start with the first guest, Alan Knott Craig. Alan, you're welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks again for the invitation to be on the panel. My name's Alan Knott Craig. I'm from South Africa. I'm an entrepreneur in the internet telecom space. I've been involved in 20 or 30 companies in the last 20 years. And I'm focused right now on bringing affordable internet into low-income communities in South Africa.
Interesting. Thank you. All right. So our next guest on this list is Jacqueline Makarokondo. She's also a CEO and entrepreneur. Jacqueline, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Mkarukondo. I'm an entrepreneur based from Rwanda. I'm co-founder and chief marketing officer at WasteZone, a company which connects recycling actors and waste producers through mobile application, specifically for electronic products.
Interesting. You're welcome. All right, so my next guest is Sydney called Sam. Sydney is from Ghana. Sydney, you're welcome to this panel. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney Sam from Ghana. I lead a team called Workspace, a talent platform that is helping small African businesses to compete globally using high-quality, affordable branding. Great to be here.
Interesting. Thank you all so much for that wonderful introduction. It was great to hear from three of you. All right, so I think we should just get into the meat of this conversation. We have our topic to discuss: harnessing tech to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems. Okay, so I think I'll just start with Alan. Alan, I'm interesting. I mean, it's actually interesting to hear takes on what we think are constraints for Africa entrepreneurs.
Where do we start? Now we've got some big challenges if you want to start a business in South Africa, never mind outside of South Africa. One of the big constraints is government interference. Another one is legal, or the lack thereof, legal infrastructure. Maybe one of the bigger ones is just kind of how do you get money out of the customer's hands? How do you make it easy to pull customers and get your money? And then having a relationship of trust also. If you're trying to sell something and trying to buy something, making sure you're getting what you wanted and you're getting your money in return. But probably the number one thing for any African entrepreneur is how to raise capital. I mean, that's actually what everybody asks: is how do they raise capital in order to fund their business?
That's interesting. So, I mean, I think in the list of what you just mentioned, government stake is actually one of the top notch, I guess. No, I say from the scale of what you mentioned, government stake is one of the biggest challenges, I would presume.
So do you want me to elaborate on that or?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the list you mentioned is endless. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole long list, but I see from some of the discussions I find in the public domain, I say government take is the one of the strongest on the list, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, man, I'm sure it's the same where you live, but I mean, as soon as the government gets involved, it's a disaster. And but it's the same in Germany as well. Like if you're living anywhere in the world, the government just messes your life up. We are actually quite lucky here because our government is pretty incompetent. So they try to interfere, but they actually find themselves not able to do that. And the truth is, for me at least, the kind of idea that we're going to wait for the government to save us and kind of educate everyone and create jobs and grow the economy, that's never going to happen. So entrepreneurs are going to have to do it for themselves. And the nice thing is, like, the more internet infrastructure that's deployed, the more possible it is for people just to do what they want to do without having to wait for the government to save them. That's my personal opinion, and kind of focus is trying to get internet infrastructure out so that we don't have to rely on the government.
Yeah, thanks for that elaboration. Okay, so let me move to you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I'm wondering, when it comes to the state of technology in Africa, and I'm just thinking what your take is. How do you think entrepreneurs they are faring currently, in a post-pandemic world?
So, so when we are talking about what the state of technology currently, so today at least the quarter of population has been having access to the internet, and because of that, the economic potential has been enormously. And the data has been shown that people have mobile technology all alone, which has already generated 1.7 million jobs, which contributed to $144 billion to the continent and improved GPA to 8.5%. So having access to the technology has been the potential to supporting hybrid working environment for entrepreneurs, and even not only for entrepreneurs, but also for the government. Like Previously, the article wrote by World Health Organization, they shows that 13% of all new modified technology developed to respond to COVID-19 in Africa has been really processing economic development to African countries. Like in Ghana, like they authorized COVID-19 tracker app, and they used zipline drones to deliver test kits COVID. And another example, like in Rwanda, they have used robots to the airport for the COVID protocol. They have implemented cashless economy, which can support entrepreneurs to exchange money through mobile money, through ATM cards. And now people has been able to process and continue doing their business during social distance economy. So this is how I believe the current state of technology has supported in this moment of hybrid working environment. Like at the moment, you're doing a conference via using app technology, Zoom, and everything else. So the technology we have at the moment in Africa, it's not good enough. But at the moment, there has, due to COVID-19, the improvement has been showcased to how it has supported economy and all the country in general, and even entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Interesting. So quite some challenges we know, but what you've elaborated is that it means that even in the course of the times, no matter how bad the time is, people become innovative. People want to think outside of the box to be able to do wonderful things. So I like that take on the number of technologies that we built, the robots built, and all of the checks and balances they have for the COVID-19. All right, so I think that's interesting, Jacqueline. So let me just move to our other panel member, Sydney Scott. Welcome again, but I'd like to just ask you, I want to know your take on what you think about learning being, how learning is actually used basically to harness to enhance traditional agencies and basically to help improve tech-based systems.
Okay, I'll take that. So I understand that you're asking what learnings I've been able to derive from pivoting from a traditional agency to a tech-based platform.
Absolutely.
Yes. So it's interesting because I run a brick and mortar business for about 5 years, being a branding agency in Ghana, serving a lot of customers across the country. And during the COVID pandemic, we pivoted to become a tech platform. Due to both need, but also the vision of the company to be able to support Africans across the continent. Now, my big learnings from making that move first is I do really encourage entrepreneurs to focus on building a machine. And when I say a machine, I don't necessarily mean a metallic machine, but just generally that in business, sometimes you can focus on doing the work, or you can focus on building the machine or the systems or the processes that do the work. And that's something that not many entrepreneurs think about from the early stages. They usually, if you have a service or you have an idea, you just go straight to creating whatever that is for 1, 2, 3, 4 customers. But when you realize that your customer starts growing, you wish you had started by focusing on the processes that allowed you to deliver consistently, sustainably. The second thing I've also learned is the value of automations, especially in the world that we live in today. Capital and cash is hard to come by. So it's really important that you don't use all your funding or your money or your capital to hire staff that sometimes can bleed out your funds over time, especially if you're not making business or doing business fast enough. So it's important to be able to cut back on certain tasks by automating them, finding software tools, finding technology advancements that simplify how to do some of these things and make sure that these things are done repeatedly, to ensure that you need less people to do a lot more work. And automations have really changed my life, and it's something that I would recommend everyone to look into. And the last thing is also that we've now had limited market access. Now that we're a technology company, previously we were limited to working with people that we could touch, people's offices that we could go to. But now that we're a tech company, we can now extend our work to East Africa, to Southern Africa, to other countries in West Africa, and even beyond Africa, because our work is fundamentally tech-based and on data. So these are some of my major learnings pivoting into a tech platform company. Thank you.
Oh, interesting. Well, I'd like you to just elaborate more. I mean, there's an interesting take when it comes to automation. People are always scared of automation, and they're very scared of it. They want to say, if you bring in technology to do this job, you're actually replacing us. So what do you say to people that have those kinds of opinions?
So I would say it in two contexts. Number one, all business people or business, the world of business is always looking for ways to be more efficient. So once you think about it that way, if you're supporting your business to be more efficient, you would lean towards automation because that helps save money, save time, just generally even help the staff who are there. Now, the beautiful thing is that human beings are flexible. Okay, we can learn new things, we can expand, we can adopt new methods. Okay, so it's important for everyone who's in the working world to continuously evolve towards where the world is going, so you don't have to be afraid of automation. You could even be the one who learns how to automate the things that you already know how to do. You get what I mean? So once you have that mindset, allow yourself to grow and embrace where the world is going, because efficiency is always the best way.
Wow, that's interesting. So before I go back to my next question, I just wanted to know if any one of the panel members would like to just have any special take on automation, just like Sydney has said. Alan, I don't know if you have some interesting take too that you think we can learn from. Alan, can you hear me? Yeah, concerning automation and the power of automation, as Sydney has alluded to. I'm thinking if you have any interesting take that you'd like to share with us regarding how people are afraid of automation, because you're bringing in internet reach to a lot of people right now in Africa, right? And you're thinking of empowering homes with it. So people can either fear technology automation or they can embrace technology automation, right? So I'd like to just hear your take on that.
Sorry, I mean, it's quite a bad connection. It keeps breaking up. But yeah, I got the gist of that. I'm no guru when it comes to how the world gets automated, the way Sydney was explaining. But I mean, in a small way, having access to the internet means you can access blockchain technology, and things like digital identity and payments, particularly payments. Actually, that is fundamentally what blockchain is doing. Is revolutionizing how governments can kind of give you an ID number and kind of give you a physically your actual identity, as well as make it easier to move money around without relying on the government to print money or authorize payments, etc. So maybe that's automation. I'm not sure what it is, but it certainly is taking friction out of your life, making you less reliant on the state, and making it a little bit easier to trade, whether you're buying or selling goods. And I kind of always come back to that in the end of the day. I mean, I think even education takes a backseat to making money. Like you need to have money washing through the system. You need the economy growing for everything else to be empowered. And in my opinion, things like the blockchain, which are enabled by internet access, are great like levers for taking away some of that friction.
That was interesting. Thank you for that take. So, but I'd like to also ask, what do you think are the most important business challenges that Africa entrepreneurs face?
I think it's payments. If I just think of my own experience here in South Africa, the informal economy, the economy that nobody taxes and you can't record, is much bigger than the formal economy. And we have an enormous formal economy. And And the reason that informal economy is not part of the system or being seen or necessarily monetized is because it's very difficult to make small payments using the traditional finance sector. So, things are kind of happening in cash or barter, and that's a massive limiter in terms of what is, how much money there's potential, money-making potential there is in the economy. So, thing again like blockchain technology, where you can almost tokenize things like airtime or electricity, and you can use that to move around and kind of monetize, commodities like that and utilities like that. Probably the single biggest lever, that if we could take that lever away, like they did in Kenya with M-Pesa, if you can make an M-Pesa work in countries around, the continent, that by itself would probably make the biggest difference, just from what I can tell in the kind of informal economies in South Africa.
Interesting. That's a very nice thing. Okay, let me move on to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, information technology is there's a lot of innovation right now, and Africa wants to solve these problems, right? So, and pressing challenges around the world, basically. I'm thinking, how do you think we can use technology to solve major problems around the world right now? I mean, applying technology to be able to solve some of those problems we have around the world.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, now I'm talking about ICT and its implementation, basically, and also innovations that follow. So I'm asking what do you think can be done to actually solve problems, in using application of various technologies to be able to solve problems around the world stage, basically, right now? How can we apply technology to solve the problems?
So I think when we are talking about technology, the first things which come in our mind is infrastructure, because technology goes hands in hand with infrastructure. Internet goes in hands with cable internet. So what I think must be done is infrastructure for all, not only for urban area, but also for minor community, like people from second cities or rural areas, to also be access to the technology. Because one thing we have seen in Africa is that young Africans, they're very talented and they're very innovative. Like what we constantly seeing in the news, we are seeing how people are turning waste into bricks. Like for us, how we are taking in charge electronic waste, where we believe that by connecting recycling actors from European countries to waste producers in Africa, they can be able to exchange electronic waste into turning into it from something which is variable, like implementing circular economy and recycling behavior. So I believe that technology goes in hand with infrastructure, where we believe that it has like the component solution to the problem we are facing currently. Like, as I give an example, in Rwanda, Rwanda had a partnership with USA Zipline for using drones to deliver blood to the patients in the hospitals. That's like a quick support to the people who are very in need. And also, so one thing which is really needed is capital, like financial support, but also skills. Like in Africa, we have seen how there is brain, how do they call it? There is this way young Africa goes to study in Western countries, USA or in Europe, but they stay there. How can they come back in Africa to implement what they learned for the development of Africa? Because we cannot wait to keep on talking about African rising when we don't have young talents, Africans, to come back and implement what they learned from Western Africa. So that's why we need financial support. We need skills from young people who are going to bring education from West Africa, but also we need the public and private partnership or collaboration together for the implementation of technology in the solving of the challenge which are happening in Africa currently. Yes.
Wow, that's interesting. So you're saying that we do not focus on draining the brains that are in Africa, but instead asking them to come back and actually develop the bricks of Africa, to put Africa on the global stage. Because that's what All right.
Yeah, reduction of brain drain. Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right. So, Sydney, I know you talked about automation before. You elaborated very strongly on that, and I'm also sure that our participants in this conference, right, are interested in learning about how to get into the technology space. Okay, so I'd like you to just shed some light on how you think African entrepreneurs can break into the tech.
I'd like to articulate this in 4 key points, 4 key tips for anyone who's looking to break into the space. The first thing is we have a false idea that when you're breaking into the tech space, you need a very fancy tech product, and most people think of the tech space as I'm going to create an app or I'm going to create a platform. But I always say start by understanding how to create value for one person for profit, right? Tech is it's an advancement of something that already exists. It's not everything that it is, okay? So the reason why technology is useful is because it helps us. If technology didn't help us, nobody would care about technology. So it's the same thing about your tech business. Your tech business needs to solve a problem. Usually for one person, I would start out with just one person and figure out how to make profit doing that. Once you're able to do that, then you invest, as we discussed, automation, so that it helps harness and make it sustainable, and then you can scale it. So that's usually how to set up a tech business, using technology to solve this problem, to create value, automate it, and then you scale. The second thing is don't underestimate the value of research and long continual product development. Okay, the product development process is a very interesting thing, because even big companies like Google are still in the product development process, if you get what I mean. So it just gives you an idea of how it takes to perfect the product, like that your tech product that you're putting on the market. Okay, so ask questions for who you want to support, who you want to deliver to. Okay, and then when you are building your product or your tech platform or your whatever the innovation is, keep asking for feedback and keep correcting. Okay, don't think that I'm going to build my products in 6 months and then launch it. It doesn't work that way. You build a little bit, you ask questions, you get people to try it out, and then you continue building. So that's so don't underestimate that process. Just to segue from that, please live on feedback. Don't be idealistic, because you are not your customer. Okay, most people think because I understand how to deliver the value, I am the customer. You are not the customer, you are the supplier. You ask the customer, right? So it's very important. And then the final thing is that you need to understand that everything you do can be framed as a product. Okay, everything you do. So I always give an example that if I thought about if I'm a barbershop, okay, what do we do at the barbershop? We cut hair, okay? But if I could create a barbershop or a barbering product, right, which could probably be a $10 subscription, right, for students to be able to come to the barbershop twice in a month. Now that is a product. You get what I mean? And that's what businesses are selling. So even if you are delivering a service, if you're delivering, something that is intangible, always think about it from the perspective that you should be able to create it into a product for a unique kind of person. Because you realize that even though maybe you're selling barbering, I'm using barbering even though it's not in the tech context. You are a barber for students, you're a barber for young workers, you're a barber for the older generation. You get what I mean? And you can create different products, even though they are all the same thing, for those different markets. And that's how you need to approach the tech business. Okay, so these are just my tips, and I hope it's been helpful for our crowd.
Wow, that's some great and interesting point. I guess some of the points you mentioned are also embedded in the building blocks of agile methodology, basically. And people should iterate over a product, they should, and they should do the planning process and don't expect everything to be fine or perfect before you get out there. When you solve a problem for one person, you can actually solve problems for a whole lot of people, or probably a whole market, as it were. All right, so this has been very wonderful and interesting discussion. So I'd like everyone to just, maybe just give a summary of what you think we can do to be able to harness tech to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems. So I'd like to just hear briefly on your take. I think I'd like to start with Alan. Alan, please, let's just hear your take.
I missed about half of that. That's like very bad signal coming on my side. We've got load shedding in South Africa, by the way. It's because the government can't give us electricity. So I've got bad signal. Just say that again.
Okay, I'll repeat that again. Thanks. Okay, so I'm saying that, I just want us to summarize briefly on how we can harness tech to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems. I mean, we've got quite a number of them. So I just want to hear your take on the summary base. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure I know the answer to that question. I just have this feeling that most of the reason we're not creating enough internet entrepreneurs in Africa is because there's not enough people on the internet in Africa. Like it's more a question of like the market, the total addressable market's not big enough. That's part of the reason America produces these entrepreneurs and China produces these entrepreneurs in Europe, because they've got so many people using the internet in those places. And until you've got enough people online in the African context, literally using internet in an uncapped way, not thinking about the cost, you're not really going to have the critical mass you need to build a big internet business. So if you want to be an internet entrepreneur. And I mean, all things being equal, people can figure out how to make money online by themselves. They don't need any teaching. I mean, YouTube makes it easy to sell advertising. Everybody's making it easy to empower yourself and make money. It's just a question of access and your local market. So, if you're targeting a local niche market that doesn't exist in America, you need a lot of people on the internet for that market to make money for you. So, I mean, the biggest constraint from what I can tell is firstly access to the internet. And then, if you want to take money out of the hands of people, get them to pay for content, some form of, like an M-Pesa equivalent for most countries in Africa is kind of missing. And then, of course, access to capital. So, even if you've got all of that, you probably still need to raise some capital. I don't know. I have no answer to that question. Please don't phone me and ask me for money if you're listening to this. It's difficult to raise money as an entrepreneur. But that is actually a great advantage in our world because we don't have a lot of competition. If you do manage to raise enough capital, you actually have a far more kind of open playing field than if you're living in America where everybody's got lots of capital.
That's quite some beautiful answers. I mean, you probably have answered for a lot of people. Well, okay, so that's interesting. So I'm Jacqueline, basically. I think I'd like to also hear your take on what you think we can do to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems. On a summary note, so we can maybe wrap up on this question, basically.
Yeah, I think what's really needed, as I said above, is just collaboration, partnership between public and private individuals. Because we can't do Power of Africa only alone. We just need ownership to both individuals, public and private. And as Alan said, obviously, financial support, capitals, and other important support entrepreneurs can be able to get so that they can advance their innovation and take creativity to the next level in Africa. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. So it's all about how we embrace technology. Basically, I would say we're already embracing technology. People are actually doing enormously well in Africa, except that was stepping on different processes. And like Alan explained Sydney explained the other time, was that we should actually maintain a step-by-step process. You have to do the product development. So I think quick one from you, Sydney, please. I think you should just give us maybe more like a summary on maybe harnessing tech to empower entrepreneurs in Africa to solve problems.
Maybe mine might not be a summary, but just a little word of motivation, which is something that I've learned. So we have a lot of challenges as tech entrepreneurs or as entrepreneurs in general, but I believe that the entrepreneurs are the army that Africa needs. The governments have done their best, international organizations have done their best, but the people who are consistently driving change are entrepreneurs in Africa. And you're doing it for the right reasons, you're solving problems, and you can continually be motivated to keep doing it because you get paid for it, right? So I just want you to have that in mind, that you are an important part of the African ecosystem and just essential for the development. And also what you may not know is that the world is kind of rooting for you, so it's just important for you to put yourself out there, with every achievement that you make. Publicize it, indicate the problems that you're facing, and you'll be surprised at the number of people who rally to support you and just help you reach your goals. So that's just my little bit of motivation that I wanted to share to everyone in the audience. Thanks so much.
Wow, that's interesting. So on that note, I think we have come to the end of this program, Power of Africa 2022. I'd like to thank Alan Craig for your wonderful take, and it was a nice insight that you gave us. And Jacqueline Makarokondo, I think I pronounced it well this time, and also Sydney. So it was so many interesting takes from you guys, and thank you so much for being in this panel with us. And thank you, and hope to see you some other time.
Technology is a major way to develop Africa. As an entrepreneur myself, I can relate with the panelists' discussion. Technology has definitely empowered my growth to success. As we draw to a close on this final day of Power of Africa Conference 2022, our last session for the day will cover the media, arts, and culture space. I like to believe that this conference has truly been informative as well as instructive for all of our audience. This last session promises to be powerful. I'll be right back after to close the session.
To Power of Africa 2022. My name is Joy Tongo, the CEO of Jayton Production. Today's panel is Media, Art, and Culture, and we are discussing how to harness the power of art and culture to tackle social ills, promote peace, and enhance a prosperous Africa. And I have three guests with me backstage, and I'll be bringing on Osita Uga.
Hi, Joy. Good day, and thank you for having me here.
Hi, Osita. Nice to have you. How you doing?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Great, great, great. Please, can you introduce
Awesome.
yourself?
So my name is Osita Uge, and I'm the CEO of Duke Concept. Duke Concept is a leading Afrobeat event promotion and production company based in North America.
Great, thank you. Nice to have you. And with me backstage is Iman Inson Misodi.
Hi, Joy.
Hi, Iman. How you doing?
I'm good. It's good to be here. Yeah, my name is Isam Misodi. I'm a filmmaker from Nigeria, and also I run an academy in Nigeria called Royal Arts Academy. But currently, I'm in the US.
Nice to have you. Thank you, Iman. And also, I have Ito Shana.
Hi, Joy. Thank you for having me. Hello to everyone on the panel. Mambo, Mbote Nabino Nyonso. My name is Eto Chana, and I'm a performing artist, singer, dancer, choreographer based in New York City.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Once again, this is the Power of Africa Conference 2022. Today, we are going to be talking on the media, art, and culture, and we are looking at how to harness the power of arts and culture to tackle social ills, promote peace, and enhance a prosperous Africa. And I would like to ask Iman, what movies from anywhere in the world can we learn from in using film as a tool to fight social ills in Africa?
Thank you, Joy, for that question. There's so many movies, but I'll just maybe talk about one or two that I do remember. I mean, I would say the primary goal of movies is to entertain, but Hollywood realized early that, like great literature, entertainment could also be used for good. I would say the 1955 classic Rebel Without a Cause was about a rebellious teenager's relationship with his dad. I mean, the psychological truth of the movie and realistic depiction of teen anger sparked a conversation about parenting and the ills of generational gap across America. And during World War II, movies were an important tool of the for the American and British governments used to boost patriotism in its people. What comes to mind right now is the 1942 film, I think, Casablanca, which is a notable example, using the tale of Americans stuck in Nazi-occupied Morocco as a backdrop. Casablanca is one of the most beloved films in the world that continue to resonate the horrors of war. I would also mention Avatar. Avatar, the most successful movie of all time, awakened the world to renew its commitment to preserve the environment, thereby a lot of climate change and all of that. Then most recently, I would say I want to use Jordan Peele's Get Out, which sparked a global discourse on neo-slavery, neo-colonialism, and the continued subjugation of Black people the world over. So these are the ones that already come to mind.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I would say all those movies you just mentioned do tackle social ills in Africa, right? So great. This is
I've talked about the world basically. So I didn't really go into African movies, and then I didn't go into Nigerian movies. But we're talking about the Hollywood was the one I used as example.
Okay, great. So do we have any movies in Africa that tackle social ills?
Yeah, there are a couple. I mean, of course, I would. The charity begins at home. I would talk about mine. I've done quite a number of advocacy kind of movies. I did one called Zara, which talked about the ills and all the evil that goes on in IDP camps, where the people refugees, there's a lot of horrible stuff going on there, and we needed to bring that out. I did another one on the culture of silence when it comes to rape called Code of Silence. Is a movie, and yes, it's entertaining, but it had a great message. Like a couple of advocacy movies I have done, so I would readily mention my own.
Great, because I really like yours. So yeah, so Zara and Code of Silence definitely.
Yes.
Movies that tackle social ills in Africa. Great.
Yes.
Moving on to, thank you very much. Moving on to Ito Chana. I would like to ask you, what imbalance of power and opportunity do you notice, if any, in the African entertainment scene, like the representation, gender issues, or social political?
All right. So if we're going to, I would like to kind of split that up into two. Because we could look at the popular music industry, or we could look at the dance, because I started as a dancer. For the most part, and I lived in Congo. So I am based in New York, but I lived in Congo. For the most part, it is a lack of representation. And I'm speaking specifically about the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the Republic of the Congo, is lack of representation, real management, opportunities that exist outside of just, dancing for popular bands. A lot of dancers who are getting the recognition or getting noticed today, and now people know their names outside of just in Kinshasa, for an example, are dancers that actually dance for bands like Fabregas, Fally Ipupa, Koffi Olomide. But one of the great things that have happened is that social media is something that people have accessibility to. So that's a resource. I guess what I'm talking about is resources, lack of resources. Social media has been an outlet for dancers to be able to get themselves out to more audiences, right? But then one has to ask themselves, okay, so now you have a following, but what does that really mean as far as generating you any kind of income or opportunities when you are in Kinshasa and some dancers don't even have a passport? So it's basically trying to, what kind of opportunities can be created. A few of us who are in the diaspora that are from home have been going back, and we create festivals, and we're trying to do things like that to keep people employed, because it's one thing to dance and dance for the gram or any other social media, but there's another you have to survive. You have family you have to take care of. So it's basically those, I think those are some of the things that is a challenge. How can you bring over sometimes a mindset that is more Western to cultures that are set and have a certain view of for example, when it comes to being a dancer. And I'm specifically speaking of Congo. I'm not going to dabble in other countries and say that dancers are not respected in other countries. However, there is a lack of respect. There is a lack of seriousness that this is a real profession. An example of that was I took on a position as a principal at a school in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Kinshasa to be specific. And they were okay with the idea. They thought it was great that, you're a dancer. But they also knew that I was highly qualified for the position of being a principal. So they took me on board. And when I continued to do my activities, which was my first passion of dance and entertainment, it became a conflict. And I said, hey, I really got a degree in dance, drama, theater, and dance. This is really what I did. And it was like, so what other skills do you really have? Because dance, is something we do culturally here. It's something we're born into. It's part of our culture. But how does that equate a career? And it left me really thinking. So I think this is what some of the things that dancers are facing. Is many of the things that musicians are facing. There's lack of funding. There's lack of actual labels in the Congo. A huge lack of labels, like music labels or reputable music labels. And there's so much talent, so much talent. And they find themselves really, if you listen to any radio station in the Congo, you're going to hear a lot of American music being played on the air. But for an artist who is up and coming, they have to pay to get airplay. So I'm gonna kind of leave it there. I think I maxed out my time in speaking because I brought in different things, and these are issues. And how can an artist be? I'm going to end it with a question of how can an artist be successful in their craft if they lack the resources?
Great. Thank you very much, Ito Chana. I would just like to chip in on that. Yes, bring in Osita, who's an expert in that. So right now he's the king of Afrobeat, promoting it. He's doing great. He just finished the Burna Boys concert at the Madison Square Garden that was sold out. So I would say with all things that Osita Uge is doing right now, he's definitely promoting a prosperous Africa. And would you say that right now the festivals, the concept, everything that's happening in the African space, African music, Afrobeat, is promoting Africa in a great spotlight? Or do you feel that there's something else that needs to be done to push Africa forward, music-wise?
So, so to go to your question, I think it's actually doing what it's supposed to do, which is giving Africa the necessary visibility. At the same time, encouraging the youth that they can actually be what they want to be without the assistance of the government. Because if you look at what's going on around the world and how much Afrobeat and African music as a whole has spread across like wildfire, it had nothing to do with policies or anything to do with the government. It's always been individuals, individual pockets and the private sector funding the business. So it creates a ripple effect in a positive way, where Burna Boy headlining the Madison Square Garden inspires a whole lot of youth out of Nigeria down to his neighborhood, Port Harcourt, saying if our Port Harcourt son can perform at the Madison Square Garden, we can do it. So we don't have to be scammers to be successful, or we don't have to be fraudsters to be successful. As long as we are consistent in our craft and we are persistent and patient, because remember, it took him a while to get to the spotlight, right? As long as we are consistent and patient and doing the work we are supposed to do, we would be able to get to where we need to get to. So I think it creates a good narrative and a good inspiration to the younger generation.
Wow, great. So basically the Madison Square Garden sold out 20,000 capacity, right?
Fully sold out, correct.
Wow. So African music is really like thriving right now, thriving a lot right now. I just want to add to that. Do you see the music industry in like 5 years being like the American standard industry, African artists being like an American artist, or we are there already?
We are getting there, right? The only thing is that, like we talk about the prosperous Africa, is us learning from whatever has been set by the rest of the world and replicating the standard in Africa. Because at the end of the day, is performing at the Madison Square Garden is fine and good. It's good for my resume, it's good for the artist's resume. But where's our Madison Square Garden in Nigeria? Where's our Madison Square Garden in Ghana? So these are the things that we need to look at, right? My company has created a fantastic touring system, and we have fantastic touring history, where we probably will be recording about 500 shows at the end of the year here. And but the question is, are we able to do the same in Africa? Are we able to have artists perform from state to state in Nigeria and say an artist has done a tour in 36 states of Nigeria in the right theaters and are safe, fine, and well? So these are the questions we ask ourselves. How are we empowering our next generation? Are we creating exports? Because we create a lot of exports. Everything in Africa is exportable, right? From our cocoa to our oil, but we create them and we lack them. So we refine oil, send it to the foreign country to be refined. We generate oil, send it out to be refined in another country, then we import them as imported goods. So that's exactly what's going to happen, or what's happening to our music now, is we produce them in Nigeria. They become superstars. We here benefit from them. Then those in Nigeria are not able to afford them anymore because they're not at price, because we don't even have the structure to do that. So at the end of the day, is we all have to figure out how to not just depend on the government, but to be involved in creating an ecosystem in Nigeria with the arts and music sector.
Wow.
That's exactly where I was coming from. I wasn't even looking at the US because we see that there is a flourishing movement, a beautiful movement that's happening, right? But how can we bring that balance back and bring that back, and when we're talking about Afrobeat, that's one, look, we know 54 countries in Africa, right? 54 countries, 55 nations, right? But how much music is coming out? It's not just Afrobeat. So, And when we think about that, right, how do other countries push? I mean, I talk about Tanzania. I spent the full year in Tanzania. My last songs were made in Tanzania. But they are creating a structure. So we're talking about a new country in the sense of its music, that for many, many years, Tanzania and Kenya, East Africa, was making music that was Congolese in sound. And now within the past, decade, they are creating their own sound, bongo flavor music, and so many others. And they are creating their record labels. They are putting on artists under them. They are pushing artists, Diamond being one of the best examples of that. And those artists getting to a certain level, and those artists then creating their labels and but they're making that movement together. Now, this is a very, very young generation. We're talking about they're in like their early 20s, and they're moving together in masses. And that movement that I see there would be a movement I would love to see happening in the Congo music, in the Francophone African music scene. I want to be very specific, because although, I mean, most of our African music that's most popular is Anglophone African music. We're talking about Wizkid. We're talking about Burna Boy. We're talking about Davido. We're talking about, they could go to Congo and possibly sell out the stadiums. They would not, without a problem. But how can we get that movement happening where it's what? So Francophone music is good for the French speaking, France, Europe over there, but not for the US. So it's things like this that have a lot of us talking. DJs here, and I mean, we sometimes get on Instagram and we hold these conversations like, okay, it's great. We're happy. Africa's on the map on the US. Great. For me, Africa has always been on the map because I come from a traditional also perspective, especially in New York, where people have been dancing African dance since the 60s. But that's neither here or there. But how do we push the rest of the sounds coming? And that's for Duke Entertainment.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
Okay, great. I thought Duke was going to say something, Sita. But I think he's already
I wasn't prepared for that, so I don't know what to respond.
But you're already doing that anyway, because he's not just promoting just the West African, or I would say Afrobeat. I see like Diamond Platinum, who's not West Africa, right? He's actually doing, so he does tours with East Africans, and
Ali Pupa and others. Yes, I think Daju, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And like, just to reiterate, like Usita said, and you said, it would be very great to bring that back to Africa.
Yes.
So meaning to Nigeria, to Congo, to Ghana, like not just in America, now touring within the country, like doing a proper tour. That would definitely make Africa prosperous, definitely. Yeah, thank you very much, Ito, I appreciate. Now, we cannot be talking about having a prosperous Africa with music without going to Nollywood and African movies. And we know that we have the king of African movies, and who's a director and a producer, and that's Iman Song. So we're just talking about, because Nollywood was the first to really spotlight Africa, so before the music, we had the movies. The movies were the one that was giving Africa positive feedback, so we have to take it back and ask Iman it's on a question in regard to that. And so I would like to ask Iman, can movies aimed at promoting peace in Africa and tackling social ills be commercial, or must comments be sacrificed for the goal of societal rehabilitation?
I would say it's not cast in stone that a movie made to tackle societal ills, shouldn't be commercial. No. In fact, Nigerian commercial movies have actually had the most reach as they make it to cinemas and various VOD platforms. The goal is actually to sell out your message to an engaged audience in a well-told story without having to make it so preachy. Yes, sometimes some of this, if you want to say, okay, I'm doing advocacy films, I'm just going to do only advocacy, trying to tackle one thing or the other, the tendency is that it might actually alienate some people, and it might not be commercially successful. But some producers have managed to tell the two, make the two come across as a record commercial success and still be able to say what they want to say. You said something about Nollywood being the first to actually take African culture, or rather Nigerian culture, out there, but music has gone way ahead of us. We are now crawling, and we are hoping that we are going to catch up as soon as possible. And there are so many stories we haven't even told, stories that celebrate Africa, stories that celebrate African heroes. And I'm hoping that with time, a lot of us would begin to tell the stories and not be concentrating on stories that have already been told over time. And so many times in Hollywood, we have great stories to be told, great African stories. And I'm hoping that we will do that, and we will take over again from where we were, from the music people.
I know, Sita, I don't know if you want to, probably don't want to argue with that takeover.
No, as long as we're all championing the same cause,
Exactly.
Tackling social ills using our platforms. That's it's something that we need to do. And the truth is that sometimes it doesn't even have to be in the movies. It doesn't have to be in the music. Sometimes it has to be in our lifestyle. Because what happens with our artists is that it puts us on the limelight. It puts the artists on the limelight. So when you have two artists, whatever they say, you have people flocking after them. They have disciples. In the movies, you also have very successful actors and writers who become influencers. So rather than them having to I don't want to say chase clout, but maybe chase clout, where all of a sudden you buy yourself a car and say, my fans bought me a car. I would rather, because we have a problem with the present generation, right? Where we're looking for more what's it called? It's a verification. Yeah, validation, right? We want to be like every other person, because it's like we're in a Big Brother generation. It should be beyond that, right? Where you use your platform to inspire and to encourage, like what we're doing here, right? It's part of it. Having these conversations, it's part of it. I'm sure MM has a lot to do. I'm sure Eto has a lot to do. I'm sure Joy has a lot to do. We are saying, hey, let's put our voices together. So using your voices, using your platforms, and using your connects to see, like they did in Nigeria for the EdSARS, where for the first time everybody was able to come together to speak in one voice. So if we understand that our platforms directly connect to our audience, we should be able to use our platforms to speak against social ills, whether we're on set, whether we're on stage, or whether we're at home.
Great.
Agreed.
Yeah, great. Definitely looking forward to Nollywood back up there. And of course, Afrobeats and African music in general just skyrocketing and doing great things and spotlighting Africa in a better and a positive way. Great. So I'd like to back to Eto Channel. I'd like to ask, what is your impression of the new popular trends of African sound throughout the world, outside of Africa, like we're just talking right now? How can this popular music movement benefit African artists and the countries from which artists originate?
I think we already answered that question. I think Osita did a great job of answering that question by saying, having that same, making it our lifestyle, a mindset, right? But also taking and placing that in Africa, right? In each individual country, right? And moving in the same fashion. I think the question was already answered. So you want to throw something else at me?
I know right now you're doing big things, and in the industry and you're striving. So would you say that you rather go back home to, you know, infuse your music or make your music popular, or you want to do it right there in America, in New York, where you reside, and let the African sound exploit to the Americans?
Well, that's a great question. I would say, I have to admit, this is me. This is what has worked for me. I need to go back home. I need to be home, whether it is in Congo or in Tanzania, because Tanzania has become my second home, doing my work there, creating my work there. The inspiration is there. It's a different environment, different elements, different mindset, different people around. New York is a hustle and bustle. It's always running, and my $75 an hour studio is really, you better get there on time or you lose your money. And then once you're done, a minute before the time is up, you need to get out. There is no reflection in people around you, that team, that family, that community. Because back home, if my song is a success, it's not a Etochana success. It's a team success. And my team rides with me. They're like, okay, Eto, we're going to push this song. We're going to try on, over here. We're going to do what we got to do. And okay, we did that one. We saw where that was. We saw the positives, the negatives, where we failed, where we succeeded. Next song, get in the studio. And sometimes the producer's the one singing too, doing a little harmony. So very different. I believe that music for me should be created back home, not here. I have created music here, but the experiences are very different. As far as also getting my music out there in the street is so lovely. Papa Wemba, he passed away 6 years ago. Papa Wemba was this legendary artist from the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo. He passed away 6 years ago. I danced in his band, so that was like a big deal for me. American-born person going back home and, being invited to be a dancer in the band, not just do a video, but really a member of the band. He passed away, and they had his memorial a few days ago, all over parts of cities, parts in Kinshasa and all throughout Kinshasa, the DRC. And people started sending me clips. Here's your song. Look, they're playing it at the festival. So seeing that for a song that came out in 2018, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it really got me so excited. So back home is the place, and here is the place where I come and I push the work. Here is the place where I start shouting out my Jizo, my producer, or Daxo, or Ayaliza. This is where I start pushing the names of the people who supported me in the works. This is when I go to a venue and I give them a list of bongo flavor music that I know is not played in nightclubs or in any other scene. This is when I give them a list of, some South African amapiano or some Tanzanian amapiano, and I say, this is what I need you to play. I get the Kofi Olomide Lwa, that's an old school song, but here, play some Enos B, play some Gazma Wete, play some Robinho, play these artists that are great artists that are not getting the push. So I use my platform to also push people and the work.
Great. Thank you very much, Ito. Glad to know that you are routing a lot for African music, and would rather make your music popular in Africa than have it popular in America. But basically, if it's popular in Africa, it's definitely going to transcend to America, Europe, everywhere in the world.
That's the strategy.
So now back to Osita. Right now, I know that Afrobeats, African music is trending, everything. And it seems like you're the only one when it comes to the African space. And as a promoter, as an executive in the music industry, I don't know, coming from my view, it seems like you're the only one really pushing. So would you say that a lot of hands, a lot of executive, a lot of promoters is needed? Like we should all come into one space or one body to really push this music? Or basically it's definitely something that you can do all by yourself, or it's a collective effort?
So first is a journey. So no one person can do it by themselves. So, and I don't do it by myself. I do it on my team. So I have a fantastic team, by the way. I wish I could do it by myself. I'm already down from just this one show. Imagine if I was doing it alone. I probably would be dead by now. So for us to be able to push the culture, there has to be key players in every sector of the company's culture. So there's more to the music business than just promoting, right? Just the show promoters. Because remember that there are promoters for albums and releases and all that work with the labels and the artists. So we need to, like my company right now has put a structure to touring. We've been able to narrow down our marketing we've dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's, and we know how to do the analysis, how to do data analysis, marketing, projections, and things like that, right? So we've been able to figure that out. Now, the question now is, without us being in the play, when you go to the labels, how are we able to have that same giant, like a big concept there? Do we have African labels that are doing the same thing? Unfortunately, we don't. We need to have labels that are owned and operated by Africans that are also championing the cause. If not, we'll be at a loss in the long run. So labels that are back home need to also find a way of getting set up in other parts of the world. Just like you see Sony and Atlantic and all that, what they do, all of a sudden they announce their office in Lagos, their office in South Africa. That is the mindset we should have. The mindset of building companies and legacies and not individual person, a one-man show. It should never be a one-man show. If you do it as a one-man show, we cannot scale. So for it to make sense, we have to be able to scale every sector smartly, from the PR companies. I'm talking about culturally inclined now, our people being in those positions, from PR to songwriting to the movie writing to, which is where Nollywood may have been behind, was that Nollywood they're doing what they're supposed to do, but they needed to do a step more by going global. You know what I mean? A Nollywood office in New York, championing the cause, doing the PR around our Nollywood movies. That is one of our greatest experts, right?
True.
Who strikes the deal with this Netflix companies? Do we have a proper agency that makes sure that they're actually getting their royalties as they should get? Just remember that it could be giving them less and they wouldn't know. Who are our entertainment lawyers that know these things? How many entertainment lawyers do we know? Do they have an association of entertainment lawyers? Because entertainment lawyers is one business that they don't really have to compete against themselves, because there's a lot of clients they can attend to, right? So the question is, do we have these structures? So we have to start putting structures in different parts of the business, because what people see is the show guy. What they see is those who do the shows. But behind the scene, we might be losing a lot of money that needs, because at the end of the day, what happens to us, if the artist gets paid, it will reflect in Africa, because the artist is from Africa, they do charity in Africa, they have family in Africa. But every other sector, publishing, what is it? You know what I mean? So I think that we should start looking into that. How do we support our own DSPs, like Boomplay and all that? I don't even know if Boomplay is owned by an African. Those little things in the business, in every business of art and culture, are the things we have to begin to look into, so that it's able to reflect on our African economy.
Wow. Thank you. I see that Iman is nodding her head. I don't know if you have any contribution to that in regard to what he said. He said this is the reason why Nollywood is a bit behind. I don't know if you have anything to say in regard to that. I know that right now you just recently moved to America, to the States, and I believe that you have plans for Nollywood to take Nollywood further to the next level.
Well, I would hope so. He's right in the fact that we really haven't scaled as much as we should have. We didn't run with what we had, but thank God a lot of organizations are waking up to that. There are some film festivals that are really trying to place Nollywood globally. The African Film, I think, AFRIF and some other festivals, they are working hard to make sure this is happening. Yes, we do need a lot more representatives. Very important consultants, about entertainment lawyers. There's so much lacking. We don't have structure, and that's the truth. We really do need to come together. And so I agree wholeheartedly with him. And I hope that we'll be able to get to this as time goes on. I'm just looking around. Let's see. We never know what can happen while I'm here, but I'm still working back home.
Great. So we can end the discussion talk about Africa and promoting a prosperous Africa without talking about the last trend that happened in regard to the Grammy. I just want to ask, I'm going to use the Grammy, and I'm also going to use Oscar, because Oscar is for the Hollywood, Nollywood movies, and the Grammy is for music, Afrobeat, and African music. So how relevant is these award for Africans? Is it important? Would you say, no, shun the award, do your own local award, or would you say strive to win an Oscar or strive to win a Grammy? So I'll start with Osita.
So first is it depends. It's not a yes or no answer, and the reason I say so is a lot of times when we speak, when people speak about this things and they say, "Oh, the Grammy we shouldn't worry much about the Grammy. We should worry about the Emmys and the Afrimas." But the truth is that when someone wins the Grammy, we do have, accord the person more respect. It's just our reality. We would not be able to get there if we don't have a structure. So it boils down to structure. How many of these artists respect the local awards? And how many of these local awards, when I mean local, I mean home-based awards, how many of them do have a board that selects this artist? Do they select based on tribe, or do they select based on friendship? So these are the things we need to put into consideration. The Grammy, as difficult as it is to win, Wizkid could not win the Grammy. It tells you something. It makes you work harder, knowing that it's not a walk in the park. It takes beyond one trend for you to win the Grammy. So sorry, this with the Oscars, right? There's a standard. There's something that I know we're disappointed when Genevieve's movie did not win the Oscars, right? That was 2 or 3 years ago, because everyone was expecting that. Am I right, Amen? Was that? Right?
I think it was selected, but at the end of the day, it wasn't put forward as our own nomination for some reason. So it didn't even get there, but it was selected by the Academy in Nigeria, the people representing. But it wasn't. It didn't get there at all for whatever reason.
So when you think about these things, would we still need Western validation? Do we need to create our own validation? Do we even need validation at all? So these are the questions that keep rising. The thing that we just need to do is to create our own system first and make sure that they are perfectly done to the world standard. Then the world will pay attention. Then the world will want to get recognized by our standard awards as well. But if you have our awards where we don't even respect ourselves, how do we expect to honor someone from a different country and they will respect? So these are the things that we need to put into consideration. The awards might not be just like report card or scores and whatever you get in college. It's not the true test of knowledge. I'm not a first class graduate. Engineering. I studied engineering. Engineering was hard. It was really hard. Started as a passion, and I found out how hard it was. I'm like, damn, I don't think this is for me. But anyway, back to not to derail from the conversation. What I'm saying is, the awards are necessary. They might not be a true representation of how good the artist is, but it's also something for you to look up to and to work up to. So until we have and create our own system, we would have to deal with the Western validation for now.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Iman, what would be your take on that too?
I would like to add that I have always been of the opinion that we do need something really strong back home, because if we do have an award system that resonates really outside, I think they try. I don't know what went on the AMA Award, because that was, well, that talked mainly concentrated on Africa. But if that was really pushed, where most people knew that, okay, this was the authentic African award, I want to believe that from there we would now have a bit more recognition as the Oscars. I still believe that we should put our own house in order first before we begin to seek validation. That's my own take.
Wow, thank you. And Ito Channel, what's your take on that too?
Wow, everyone has me writing notes. I'm writing notes. Okay, so for me, these are my babies. I think awards is a personal thing. It's personal, it's individual. For some people, it means nothing. For some people, it means something. I mean, I guess it's like I said, for me, I don't know if I seek validation, right? Because who is who to say that what I do is valuable work or not valuable work or of a standard, or we live in the United States of America where it's very holistic, it's very personal, it's very open. I mean, I'm went back to college. Why is pursuing degrees and getting another degree and another degree, why is that so important to me? Why being acknowledged maybe and receiving an award means something to me? Because after a while, it just sits there and collects dust. I think about how I know many people who have PhDs and they're in debt for it, but nevertheless, when you speak to them, they're not really, you're like, something is off or something is missing, or how are you contributing to society? How are you making a change in society, even though you have this, these high level achievements? But there's a huge talk, and I'm indifferent even when it comes to award shows. Like yes, the Oscars and the Grammys, they've been around for a long time to receive these titles, to entitle them to say that this person deserves this or that. And certain people sit down in a panel and make the decision, because these are things that are voted on, and they look at different things. But I'm sorry?
No, we could hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I ask at what point, there's a lot of home award shows that have been around for 5-10 years or longer. Iwama has been around forever. But how long did they have to work in order to be considered, something accredited or even worth, some artists have received awards from certain award shows and they're like, that doesn't matter. If it's not a FREMA, I don't want it. So I think, like I said, I don't think I have a real feel on it, but I would love to see some more home award shows that work through whatever it is, the process, and put together the structures and the necessary things that are needed to make them reputable. I think what makes you reputable is consistency, discipline, and your team, right? So, and seeing that push instead of always looking for validation from the United States. I'm so sorry that I said it that way, but that's what you thought.
Wow, thank you. So basically, I just got from everyone that there should be a balance. Yes, the Grammy is important, the Oscar is important too, but we should have our own home-based award that is authentic and that has value, and also why we cherish the outside award like the Oscar and Grammy. So there should be a balance there. Thank you very much. So for our closing, I would like to get a closing remark or a closing comment. I will start with Usita Uge. Can you just give us a remark or comment?
So I'll just bring it back home to what our topic says. And as we strive in every aspect of the culture, from art, drawing art, to whatever arts we are in, to the creatives, all creatives as a whole, we should always keep in mind that our art or our products should be an inspiration to people and to our own people, most especially. So we must strive to use our platforms to act, to preach against social ills as much as we can, and to use our life and our lifestyle as well, and not shy away from speaking about these things, because when we do speak against them, we actually make great impressions and great contributions to humankind. So once again, let's try and use our work to preach against social ills. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Osita. So I'd like to hear from Iman Isam Sodi on your closing remark and comment. Your phone is on.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone here. I really enjoyed this session. I think these are conversations we really should be having. It fosters or strengthens us, I believe. I would like to say, for me as a filmmaker, I would like to be more authentic, more representative of my culture. And I would like to see that in a lot of Nollywood movies. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. And Ito Channel, I'd like to get your closing remark and comment.
I first want to thank everyone on this panel. Such a depth of knowledge and experiences, and I really I'm taking away a lot of things with me today. So thank you, and thank you, Joy and Power of Africa, for making this platform available, because we need to hold these conversations. And I think sometimes when we're thinking about, our industries, we only think of ourselves in the sense of, oh man, it's bigger than us. And we forget that there's other people out there striving and fighting for the same things. But if we don't make these connections somehow, some way, you never know that, you get the answer from someone that, or you get the support that you need. I mean, prior to getting into this panel discussion, Osita gave me some great information regarding women in entertainment and who are trend setting as business women, as leaders in the community. So I was like, this is amazing. So, once again, reach out and make those connections. You'd be surprised what kind of information you could get. Africa united, we move together. You make more change as a whole unified group. They say one voice is annoying, but many voices bring upon change.
Thank you very much, Ito Channel. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining today's discussion on media, art, and culture. Once again, this is the Power of Africa Conference 2022. We just talked about how to harness the power of art and culture to tackle social ills, promote peace, and enhance a prosperous Africa. Thank you all again. And this is Power of Africa 2022.
Day 2 and the final day of Power of Africa Conference 2022 has come to an end. We have witnessed the powerful sessions, insightful topical discussions, and experienced experts and great speakers, as well as scintillating entertainment performances, all from across the continent of Africa. I can boldly say these esteemed speakers have not only discussed issues affecting Africa, but also provided solutions to the issues towards building a sustainable and developed Africa. Let me know what you think, and feel free to share your experience on Power of Africa's social media pages on, of course, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. The handles are popping up on your viewing screen. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers, moderators, for making this conference a successful and beautiful one. And not to forget, to our entertainers, DJs, musicians, thank you for adding color and fun to Power of Africa Conference 2022. To all that registered to attend the conference and actually did attend, to all you who joined in watch parties and shared the conference broadcast link, we all at the Power of Africa say a big thank you. To everyone who tuned in across the world to watch this great conference, we're grateful that you shared your precious time with us in these last 2 days. Our expectation is that you have seen the beauty and the great potential of Africa and have been equipped, of course, with more information and understanding on how to actualize a far greater development on the continent that we currently experience. With you and me, it is only possible. To all the team of Power of Africa, thank you. Thank you for the hard work in making this virtual conference a reality. Power of Africa Conference 2023 is anticipated to be a much bigger and better conference. Watch out for information by following us on Power of Africa social media. My name is Loretta Richards. Don't miss Power of Africa 2023. Go and build a new Africa for all.